Hello, everyone. Welcome in. TheGooseFathr here. We're going to start by doing what we always do, which is jump into a little bit of ranked play. We're going to be doing kind of what we did yesterday, which is a little bit of over-explained pig play, trying to teach it at kind of a little more of the beginner level while still giving the advanced concepts necessary to make the pivots we need to kind of get our 10 wins every run. So, hey there, Amelia, doing really great. Thanks for coming back in. I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, been a pretty good day. About to hop into the game. I have been spending a lot of time off stream kind of getting all the bells and whistles going. I am still in my very first week of streaming. Technically, tomorrow begins my second week. But we have some commands finally in chat, so you could do exclamation mark YouTube or exclamation mark Discord to get the links to either of those. And you could also do exclamation mark guide to get the guide that I pull up every once in a while that has like what we get at different leveling points, all of the different monsters and what they drop that might be relevant to you, when you're safe to fight them and when you're not, etc., etc. That'll probably show up a couple of times on stream. But for now, we're just going to hop into the game and see what it gives us. I have been experimenting just to make sure I haven't been making false assumptions with the gold tier skill. And every once in a while, you'll get something that'll win you day 1 or day 2. But it is very hard to play with no money in pig. Like, you have to spend a little bit of money to get your econ going, and without it, it feels brutal. Even if I like hit the nuts and get a very strong skill, strong weapon skill, or something like the strong fire skill I got once with Matchbox, even then it felt like I was just really clawing to get an economics game together. Having to pass on shop after shop and not putting together a board because of it. So I'm now even more confident than ever that choosing a gold skill just isn't the right game plan for us. Enchanted items are sometimes, they give you a run, sometimes they don't. It's really inconsistent. The way to get good is to try to start making choices that make the game as consistent as possible. And that is always, so far, at least in this patch, going to be our leftmost. Unfortunately, very first encounter, we never have the items on us to be able to get the XP event from Tiny Furry Creature. That is, if you have an item that is tagged food or toy or friend, there's a secret encounter here that gives you 1 XP. You have to get at least 1 XP event by the end of day 2 to fill out the extra board space and get the extra level. Without it, even if you take the hardest fights, you'll fall 1 XP short of that by the end of day 2, which is a pretty big power bump for winning it. So we aren't going to get it today. We have to make sure we have a toy, food, or friend on us by tomorrow in case we run into the little monster then. So keeping that in the back of our mind as we go fishing here. We're simple people. We see a briefcase, we buy a briefcase. We can always sell it for what we bought it for. And sometimes when we sell it, it gives us value. So that was a mistake. I think I've talked a lot about how often I make mistakes while I'm talking, and it starts usually the very beginning of the game until I've dialed in. It starts even harder. We shouldn't be spending 4 gold on a reroll on day 1. We got plenty of time, plenty of vendors. The last game I played, I had finished off, at the end of the game, your playstyle is very different than the beginning of the game, so I was re-rolling all the time because I had all the money in the world. So that was a mistake. We shouldn't have done that, but that's fine. I'm going to make a lot of those mistakes, and it's probably better to make them than not so that I get to point out kind of what's going wrong and what's going right. Banana Ball is one of the better fights we can have. Duct tape can get out of control. It's a very good shield item. You just get spammy things next to it like your Matchbox or your Flail, and you just get a lot of free shield off of it. It then can become a trigger for something like your Bushel, which gets charges every time you shield. You can put it next to it and it'll even charge itself a little bit. You get a med kit, which can give you a little bit of extra heal on your heal item, which would be of some value here. But the worst item that we used to have was Blue Nanas, which is just you sell for a little bit of max health. It's a terrible heal item. But now it has the food tag. So this is actually not terrible to get because we hold on to it, and now we have that activator we were talking about for Tiny Fairy Creature on day 2. So we got the blue nanas. We'll just kind of stuff that in our stash. There's very little chance we're going to end up having the fight with it. I would not hate upgrading my rewards card. It's very powerful to get that going early, but you have to fill today's board no matter what. Like making sure you're ready for today's fight is the most important thing. None of these are particularly good for today, but all of them are kind of good for long term if we wanted to invest in that. Itlotl, all roads for Pig usually lead to Itlotl. It's good to have early. It gives you a lot of choices. We're going to grab Hatchet. We could grab Dog here. Dog gains power when you sell small items. We already have a bunch of spare change that we're going to get rid of that'll give Dog power. And we have a Hatchet that will give us a coin and the Hatchet that we can resell for its same value. The only reason I'm really considering not doing that is because it only gains 3 damage until it's silver. We're not going to be able to make it silver today, and so I need to save some money for the next, not only for what weapon we might see on the other side of the reroll, but for the next encounter. Hopefully we'll get better board state material. This is relatively unfortunate. We need some kind of weapon, so we're going to grab Boomerang. Unfortunately, our day 1 choices usually end up pretty restricted. And we're going to go to Midsworth. We're not going to reroll Midsworth because he's very expensive, but we will absolutely grab the Matchbox. So, like I said, we have got a couple of items here that were just there that we bought just because we could sell for the same value. So we actually still have a little bit of money left. And we are probably going to buy ourselves 2 items here. Actually, maybe all 3. So the Matchbox and the Heal. Boomerang's not a lot of damage to begin with. And Matchbox, of course, gets, when you use a non-weapon, it charges 1 second. So filling your board with non-weapon items, especially heal items, then gives Matchbox a little bit more damage and gives us kind of a little bit of sustain. It's not fantastic. It's kind of a weak board for day 1, but these are pieces that'll all do something day 2. And we could, if we wanted to, pick up Karui, which will be a weapon that gains a little bit of damage every time we heal. It's very slow, though, at 9 seconds. This is not particularly good. I honestly, Blue Nanas for 10 is probably just as good, or actually Hatchet for 6. Either one of those is fine. This is an activator, but it's so slow it's not really much of one, so I think we're going to go with Hatchet. It's not really a good choice, so there's not really a bad choice. Odds are we're going to lose day 1 here. This is not a terribly good board. Unfortunately, that's just kind of how it is. Day 1 you don't have a lot of control over. You go to the shops. If the shops snuff you, like they did to this poor fella, then here we are. We have a very similar setup, except he's slowing us where we are burning him, but he starts with Defense Grid, which is a lot of health that we got to get through. Luckily, he has no damage, but he is doing some shield, so we'll see if we get through it. Doesn't look like we will, so we're probably still going to lose this fight. He just started with 35% of his max. Oh, he started with the gold skill. That's why he's so strong. So he started with the gold skill, so he had 35% of his max health as extra. And compared to what we were able to put up, that just wasn't quite enough. Hey there, Jeffinator. Welcome back, my friend. It is good as always to see you. So, we kind of are leaning a little bit towards a Matchbox board, maybe, which means we could fish for weights, which gains power when we heal. I'm not entirely sure getting the upgrade hammer makes more sense than kind of developing our board out. Textiles is only strong with Ganjo. You only pick it up if you've had Ganjo first. So we're just going to pass on that whole board. All right, the fire skill makes Matchbox a real threat. So now we're getting a little bit of some synergy there. We just are going to need to fill out our board state, get a couple of more non-weapon items as triggers, and maybe something that's going to scale our healing so we can survive. Couple of choices. We do have to get at least one XP event in order to get the extra level, and that's if we can take the big fight next. Unfortunately, if we don't go to the vendor, we're not going to be able to take the big fight anyway. I think we have to just surrender to the fact that we are not going to make it and work on our board state rather than picking up the XP, because we wouldn't be able to take the extra XP fight right now. There we go. That goes a long way. That's weights. When you heal, or when this casts, your healing items and your weapons gain more heal, more damage. And when you overheal, this charges. So they kind of have synergy with each other. So now kind of filling our board up with a little bit more heal items and then maybe getting a faster weapon than this puts us in a very common early pig board, which is Matchbox. So it's kind of the old-fashioned Matchbox weights build. It's a little weaker from the nerf, but I've been playing with it a little bit earlier today, and it definitely has a little more value since they brought down the cast time. So we're going to go ahead and take the fight. I don't think we're going to reroll here. We have a little bit more time. We're going to hold on to our money. Thanks, Amelia. Sounds great. So now up against the Rogue Scrapper with this board feels a little dicey. We do have scaling, but he just has a lot of heal, and we don't have a lot of damage to get through it. And he starts with 100 more hit points than we do. So you effectively have to outscale his 60 heal that he pops probably 5 or 6 times in the fight. So you have to get through like 300 extra damage, and then 100 on top of that to win in the Sandstorm, and that is still if you heal through all his damage, which we probably would do, but I don't think that we would actually burn through the extra. I'm kind of considering it. We might with Matchbox at 7. It is a bit of a risk and probably not the smartest thing. Boyer is a lot more damage, but we do have a board that sustains. This might have been a mistake too, actually, because it takes a little while for our heal items to not suck. They're both starting at next to nothing, so we need several casts of weights before those heal items get scaled up enough to not absolutely suck. We'll see how it goes. Looks like we're okay. Yeah, we're perfectly fine. Where can I find this game? I think you have to go to, let me pull up in my browser, Play the Bazaar. Yeah, it's called playthebazaar.com, and you actually have to download it directly from their website. They don't use Steam or any of those other things. You just do the direct download from their website. It is free to get going. There's obviously some conversation about the pay structure if you'd like to get, the new shiny, but it is free to get started with. That was a tough choice. We kind of hate passing up on Curio, unfortunately. At some point, we are going to have to get extra XP, and we're not going to get more board right now anyway for this next fight. So I think we do it here. That is quite a bit more damage, at least. So we're going to do Tiny Furry Creature so that at least next time when we get the XP event, or if we take the full fight, we're going to end up with a full board. Yeah, everything you're seeing me do is free. We're playing completely free to pay. So if you're interested or excited about like what you're seeing on the screen, this is what you have access to. I'm technically playing in ranked right now, which you would need to get some ranked tickets by playing a little bit, doing some of the dailies or whatever. But like, there's really no difference between the ranked and the unranked experience. There's deeply no reason for you to do that. So we're up against Double Barrel that's reloading. That usually means we get our teeth kicked in. We have a lot of heal happening. Oh my gosh, he has an enchanted. I've never seen this before. A restorative powder flask, which is actually giving him quite a few heals. And why he's not dead yet. This is gonna be close. Nice. The powder flask reloads a lot slower than his weapon does. So once he ran out of ammo, he started shooting a lot slower, and we were able to win that fight. That's honestly one of the harder boards for us to take early. So we're doing all right. And we're going to take the free loot item because we're fishing for truffles, which is kind of part of our econ game plan that we'll be doing a little later. We're going to put Boomerang on our board. Boomerang gets us a free one of those random loot items, which might be truffles when we fight a monster, but only if you remember to put it on your board, which if you've been around is not a thing I do consistently. Alrighty. We could start thinking a little bit about what needs to be on our board later as well, so we might want 1 or 2 heal items. This one's not particularly great without a property, so we'll just move on. And our econ's looking really good. We got quite a lot of money. Part of the advantage of taking the econ option early is we get an extra 3 income. So like you start the new day and you just have a little bit more buying power, even if you kind of went crazy the day before. Okay, just Bailey and Longboat Silver is just a lot of damage. So that's great. We might have to put that on our board to win the fight against the monster. We will see in a second here. Yeah, we're going to do Aetheryte, and we're going to... I was just talking about Boomerang on my board, but unironically, I am intentionally taking it off my board so that we guarantee to win this fight. She can do a little bit of damage. She has more hit points than us. We do have to catch up, and I'm not loving investing all of our damage in Shoeblade here. So we're going to give up on 1 free loot item just to make sure we win the fight. It would be terribly tragic to put it on our board, lose the fight, and still not get the loot item. So my day has been great. Thanks for asking. Had work this morning. Yeah, what did I even do today? I think I've just head down, did all the chores kind of stuff. Did work this morning, made dinner. Me and my wife finished Paradise, the show, which starts with a lot of mystery and intrigue and seems really interesting, and then kind of doesn't land the plane. It was a little disappointing. It was not bad. A lot of those shows just end terribly. This didn't do that. It was okay. It just didn't nearly land where it started. It wasn't nearly as fun as it was in the first place. But we finally got to finish it. We've been putting it off a little bit because my nights have been a little taken up by this. So it's nice to be able to fit it in. We're always on the hunt for good TV, by the way. So if anyone has TV recommendations, please. We are desperate. We do have a little bit of a violence restriction. My wife just doesn't do well with violence. If it's ancillary or not directly on screen or whatever, it's okay. But things that look like you're watching somebody being shot is experienced as watching somebody being shot. And that's not pleasant. We're going to upgrade our weights. I would really like to get a couple of more activators for our matchbox here. But I also would really like to go to Curio. I think we could fit... Oh, that's one of the great things to go to Curio for. So Salamander Pup sells for 3 burn. Adds 3 burn to your fire item when you sell it. In context, 3 burn is the difference between a bronze and a diamond matchbox. That is a silly amount of power. I just genuinely don't know why that makes sense, but we're gonna take it. I am gonna reroll here. It's our last vendor before fight. Also take the insect wing. Cooldown reduction. It's always good. Gosh darn it, none of this is very helpful for us, unfortunately. It's all damage that we can throw in our Lottle. It's just not what we were hoping to be doing right now. That's fine. we are going to put the cooldown reduction on our most powerful item right now, Jabalian Longbow. Then these guys, when you sell them, they put damage on your leftmost weapon. So we're going to start ramping some damage onto our Atlatl. All roads usually eventually lead to Atlatl. And then eventually out of it. But it is one of our most powerful mid-game options. So starting to stack the damage on there is kind of how we're going to get where we want to go. Unfortunately, I think we're about to pick a fight with Boomerang on the board because this doesn't do nothing. Yeah, this is a very weird board. Matchbox, you kind of want a board full of non-weapons, and we kind of have half and half here, so not a lot of synergy. We're kind of mid-range. It's not terrible. We have a lot of damage. We have some sustain. And that's a weird board. I can honestly say I've never seen all those items together in one place before. I don't think I've seen Junkyard Lance used in a fight against me ever. Yeah, that's someone who's just kind of probably not had great lucks in the shop so far. Alrighty. So directionally, an Atlatl pivot isn't particularly hard, considering we just haven't invested much in the Matchbox board. And middle is a good place to go. Wow. Gold Jabalian's a lot of damage for day 4, so that's pretty good. We do have a lot of bronze items on our board, so we'll get some free upgrades over time if we have bootstraps. But it does mean getting poor. I mean, we've been stacking up some value on spare change. We could afford to do it. We're going to do that. Bootstraps is when you spend 50 gold, you upgrade your lowest item, or an item of a lower tier than this, which just means it'll randomly pick one of your bronze items, usually the one you want to upgrade the least. One of the things you have to be mindful of when you're using bootstraps is to just start selling off the things that are bronze that you don't want to be bronze, or that you don't want to be upgraded. So we know eventually we will get an upgrade, and this isn't going on our board for a long time. So the question is, what do we get the most value out of right now being upgraded? And the answer is our rewards card. We can start stacking cash faster. It's very counterintuitive for a lot of people. You kind of always think of power first, but we're pig as the econ game. You're constantly transmuting money into power. We do have some heals. They're not very strong, but I still feel like we could take Flame Juggler. Flame Juggler is all about not hitting half health, which we're going to do here, unfortunately, where he dumps 10 more fire damage on. Oof. Yeah, we're about to die. That was a mistake. We get a little bit of recovery. Oy vey, no, we didn't do it. Oh, we died at the same time. I genuinely, you know what I did wrong here is we have not been hit point stacking at all. So, and we're a little behind on XP, and I'm used to being at the level for that fight. And so if you get past the halfway point before these go off, which we did, he stacks 10 more fire damage, and then it's a race and you're about to die. So that was some miscalc on my part. We got lucky. At what point in life do you think we should take a break from things we don't like? Pretty early. So much sooner than we do. Yeah, I'm not sure like how deep we're going with that question, or the context in which you're getting from it. But to me, in the experience of like my friends and I, your mid to late 20s is the time where you just start cutting out the things that aren't making sense anymore, and you kind of have to, where you start going a little bit crazy. from trying to just meet all the obligations that don't make any kind of sense. Uh, this is good damage on our board right now, but we are not going to have this funky mixed board state for very long, so that's not going to be good. So we're going to go for defense grid. But everyone I know kind of says their 20s can go die in a fire. They were really difficult and painful because it was the transition time. You were kind of saying goodbye to all of the things that were part of your identity, part of your friend group, part of just kind of how you made sense of the world and got comfort for it, but also were very much not good for you. I think we can trade out the blade for this. It's another very fast activator for Matchbox, and it's a little bit more burn to get it to stack. That has more synergy than just a little bit of flat damage here. Although, I'll hold on to it in case we get a single item, because Boomerang's not good on our board. And then the 30s become debating between Flail and Haladel with this on my board. That's 3 swings at 8. I think this is more power. But the 30s become this kind of like deep breath you get to take after you've done that purge. And you start getting to ask yourself what you actually like, which is huge. Starts turning everything around. It's a slow walk, but like it definitely starts by like 29, 30. And then the 30s were the favorite time of my life until my 40s, and now my 40s are the best time of my life. I think it, if you're lucky, I certainly have a steep amount of privilege, so I don't want to pretend everybody gets the same living power curve that I do. But if you're lucky, it kind of all starts going downhill after you start cutting out all the things that kind of don't bring you joy. Not just that don't bring you joy, but that don't bring you peace. It's perfectly fine to have struggles or to have things that are hard, or to have things that are difficult for you. But things that you then perseverate on, feel shame over, feel guilt over, that interrupt your peace are what you start having to shed. So I'm feeling pretty good here. He's got a lot of shield in his setup. Unless we get a really bad timing, though, we should win, because we are stacking a lot of fire damage, and he's not doing a lot of damage to us beyond our shield. So it's really going to depend if the storm happens to hit us right as he shields. Now we're good. I'm the person who's even afraid to talk to people. I don't know how to deal with that problem. Well, you mean talk to people like people who are already in your life, that you have conflict with, so you're afraid to like engage in the conflict to resolve it, or talk to people like you don't have a lot of friends, you don't know how to start the socializing, like how do you don't know how to close the gap to kind of make friends. Like, which one of the two sounds a little bit more like the current dilemma? So we're starting to lean more into the Matchbox board as we go. We're starting to get more pieces for it. It's not the best time to, as Matchbox starts falling off around day 6, 7. But it's hard not to improve your board when you can improve your board. We're going to grab Piggles because, it might give us a couple fast activators that also add damage or something that'd be better than these two items that are really weak. I'm actually going to get rid of that. We don't have Tiny Furry Creature anymore. That encounter stops around day 3, I think. And maybe I grab Business Card to start stacking value. I do want to spend money because of Bootstraps, but then I don't want to go poor spending money. So buying things that make us money is good to start kind of working as an activator. You think either way? Yeah. So wondering how deep to go in a stream where I'm doing video gameplay. But I resonate a lot with the position you're in. we started off we started off just trying to survive, right? You have your family, you have whoever your caretaker is, and you're just trying. You don't even have a frontal lobe. You don't have cognitive choices. You're just a little lizard trying to figure out what the algorithm is to get that person to feed you and to like pick you up and to care for you. And the things that you learn to do, yeah, that's going to be better than that. The things that you learn to do to kind of stay safe and to get the needs that you have met become kind of the trenches that you live in, like become the habits that you're pretty much stuck with. And so if speaking out or if making a scene or if you know being an initiator was seen as uncouth by your family or as being too loud as a girl by the people around you or whatever, then it wasn't safe. And our choices fundamentally come from safety. And safety stacks up because we weren't able to feed and clothe ourselves for like the first decade at least, right? So safety also includes belonging. It also includes like getting our parents to like us, and getting the people around us to not like shun us and kick us out of the tribe. And so you have a lot of built-in habits that are different than who you would have been had you not had constraints on receiving that the food, that shelter, that affection. We all had constraints. There was always a set of rules, a set of things that your parents thought might make, even in the most loving situation, that they thought might make you better if you behave this way. You might be healthier, you might get more out of the world, or people might treat you better, or whatever it may be. They have a narrative that they got for what kept them safe. So even when they mean right, they are giving you punishments for just behaviors that are sorry, it's a very deep conversation to then also play a game too. Yeah, that so you're inheriting the same narrative that they built up as to how they achieve safety, and it's very different than whatever you were kind of naturally inclined to be. And so the 20s is a little bit of slightly unearthing what that natural person was before they had to learn all the rules to kind of make everyone around them happy so that they belonged, because belonging is part of getting fed and getting sheltered and getting whatever. So the first rule of all of this is to work on not blaming yourself for not being the person you want to be. So if you can't talk to people, if you have trouble addressing conflict, if you whatever, it's a problem, and you already know it's a barrier between you and the life you want. So obviously you're gonna have to take it on, right? But the first thing to do to take it on is to not feel shame about it. You didn't have a bin full of options of personality choices and you rifled through and you went, you know what, conflict avoidance, that one sounds sexy, I'm gonna grab that one. You did what felt like it was necessary in order to like achieve the safety that was the first priority. There's a great poem by my favorite poet, Kay Ryan. We're building the ship as we sail it. And she says, drowning being the first concern, the ship's first shape was a raft. Right? Like we're just trying to not go under, and so the very first thing we built was a raft, which is not very elegant or useful or whatever. I'm extemporizing onto the poem, but you get the point. Drowning being the first concern, the ship's first shape was a raft, which was hard to unflatten once that didn't happen. Once we didn't drown, then we're like, all right, we need to turn this damn thing into an actual boat. And it's hard doing one's work in extremes, sleekening the lines, making things more gracious. Just about like the poem's about you. Drowning was the first concern. All right, Dog's not doing us any favors here. I don't think we do Dog. We don't have enough to pivot into Crook yet, but I think Crook is better than our current board long term, so that's why I picked it up. We'll do it in a minute though, but we are going to cycle Hatchet to get value on our bootstraps. Actually, the reroll right now is going to upgrade something. Oh no, we don't want that reroll. That's too expensive, and the upgrade's not valuable yet. So so you did what you had. You built the raft, right? You knew you wanted the ship. You're going to be on the ocean for a long time. You want a ship, and then later on, you're like, "Gosh, why am I on this stupid dinghy? Why did I make that choice? Why did I put that board there when I'm going to have to make that thing sleek and curved so that it can stay afloat?" Like, these are all choices I made that I should like be mad at myself for. And drowning was the first concern. The ship's first shape is always going to be a raft. Everybody built the raft. It's a bad idea. It ain't gonna stay you on the ocean once the waves come. But like, you got to get past that first. And so a lot of the choices you made were just to achieve that safety. It wasn't a choice as much as it was a reaction. And so the first thing you have to do is forgive yourself for it. It has nothing to do with you. It wasn't a choice. It's a choice to stay that way. The moment you have the observation that it's not making your life much better, now you got choices. This is a very weird setup we have, but it's working for us so far, so we're just going to run with it. And I'm going to get rid of Pickles. We're a little tight on space. So start there, and that's impossible. That's the great GooseFathr. That's easiest said than thing done ever. That's a sentence I'm not saying correctly, but you know what I mean. To just like be, oh, okay, yeah, I did that thing that was really embarrassing, but I'm not going to feel embarrassed because it came from this place. Like, of course you're going to feel embarrassed. Of course you're going to judge yourself. But you have, like, you don't get to move from a place of shame. Everybody likes kind of thinking that being mean to themselves is a motivating factor. We're really good at convincing ourselves that that's a good idea. It's a terrible idea. That is not how it works. Shame tells you that you are not able to, or that you don't have the capacity to make better choices. And so you beating yourself up feels like you're doing it so you acknowledge the bad choices so you don't make them again. But all it's really doing is convincing yourself that you're not a person who can make good choices, and then you don't. And it locks you into the life in which you are. So the first thing you have to do is just like acknowledge you are where you are for a set of circumstances that weren't entirely your choosing. And this is a lot more true for some people than it is for others. Acknowledge that you don't like where you are. Forgive yourself for even the choices you made yesterday that were a little bit entrenching into the place you don't want to be. And then just start kind of itemizing the tiny first baby steps you can get away with. You're going to have to change. This is 20s suck, man. Your 20s suck. I don't know if you're in your 20s. I'm totally sorry. I'm just like completely presuming, because whenever somebody talks about like these kind of difficulties, I think of my 20s. So not everyone is privileged enough for it to all follow the like normal brain development sequence. It can be much, much later, especially for people who have had trauma or have had quite a few things that do thing with that impact frontal lobe development. Not going to get into the whole brain science of trauma right now. My wife is a kind of world-renowned trauma expert. If I seem like this is well-trodden territory that I'm talking about, it's because I spent a lot of time here thinking about it. Midsworth wasn't going to have an item for us. This was the correct choice. We kind of want to get out of weights. When you level up, get attack. That's actually a fun item, and you can get some decent stuff from that. So we're going to grab that. Oh, this is pretty weak for day 6, honestly. It's what we got. We're going to try it. So I have so many more thoughts on that. I can go down that rabbit hole for days and days and days. But it's not. I'm not sure anyone's interested. I'm not even sure you're interested. There's always a point when you start thinking about these things that it gets sharp, and then you got to put it down, and you got to rest, and you got to give yourself time. And so I don't want to like keep poking the spot because it's not necessarily helpful. But I would say if you identify that you don't have the conversations you want to have, you don't build the boundaries you want to build, you don't whatever, the first step is not to bash yourself into doing that. Yeah, I didn't think we were getting through that much shield in the first place. I'm actually surprised we did as well as we did with it Lottle being so slow. The first step is just to acknowledge that you didn't choose to be here. You were just now emerging into the place where you get to make real choices. Oh, wow. Nope. I mean, 16 flat versus I gotta work for it, and things are starting to get expensive. I'd have to buy and sell 8 weapons. That'll take a while. This is hard because I need to get this off the ground sooner rather than later. But at the same time, this gets to pay dividends over the whole fight. So we're gonna do lifting. See if I can start scaling that. Yeah, the first thing to acknowledge is that yeah, you're oh, there we go, silencer. That might actually be good if we like pivot into something property related or whatnot later. You are either activated in your frontal you are either in your cognitive brain that's able to make rational decisions, or you are in your limbic system, which is, oh my god, tiger, let's not get eaten, right? And we get very, very good at seeming rational while we are in our limbic system. And so, can I even beat Treasure Turtle with how slow I'm scaling here? Kind of wonder. But eventually it's 180. Should be able to. If I throw this game, it's because I got into a conversation I love and I'm not paying as much attention, and that's fine. And so, as much as you felt like a rational adult your entire life, you actually weren't able to step out of the limbic response completely because the frontal lobe wasn't fully developed until just now. And so now, in times of quiet, in times of non-danger, in times of whatever, you're able to start identifying kind of more rational, complex patterns in your life that you just literally were not physically capable of recognizing before. And as you notice them, now you got choices, right? But those choices are only accessible to you when you are able to access your cognitive brain, and you can't when you're in a limbic response. So if you're around your parents who are constantly like threatening to take things away, or threatening not to love you, or threatening to whatever, if you're around people who are constantly doing things that make you feel like your safety or your belonging to the group or your access to your job or whatever is at threat, you're not going to be able to stay in the space to make those kind of choices when you are in that kind of threat. And so one of the biggest things we do, of course, is therapy. Therapy gets a very bad rap and people think of it very wrong. But essentially we get a place where we can start doing the cognitive planning, but also we can learn the difference between the feeling when we are limbic and we are cognitive. And once you start actively identifying the difference, which is very, very, very hard to do, and you can do it and then still be bad at it for a long time. Like, it takes a long time for that muscle to be really good and be like, oh crap, I'm limbic right now. Then we also can learn the tools to how to ground and get out of limbic and get back to cognitive. And then we can actually make the choices to solve the patterns that we're seeing in the first place. You can do all that without therapy, but it's incredibly hard. But I know, unfortunately, in our 20s, so much of us don't have access to therapy without kind of our parents helping us get to it, and they're usually the ones we're trying to get it from. So it's a pretty big catch-22. But anyway, so you asked a very tiny question. I gave a 20-minute answer. So I'm sorry about that. I get these Streambo spam messages in the chat every once in a while. I don't know what the hell that is, but let me see how I block these.
Next time, boys, less blunder, more blunder.
I will learn how to block them, but now is not the moment. I'm wondering if my title's any good. Um, had a bunch of people in yesterday, so but not as many today. So gonna play with my title a little bit. Yeah, I think that's okay. Alrighty. So for the actual gameplay itself, I didn't even see if we won that fight or lost that fight. We have won 5 of 7, which is honestly way better than we deserve for this board. You probably need a mod then. I know I had 10 viewers yesterday and a couple of follows. I got 2 extra follows from yesterday. It was huge. It was pretty good. I'm a little confused as to what the cycle is. Why Sunday was such a good day. Or no, yesterday was Monday. God, they're all blurring together now. But Fridays and Saturdays are terrible. Like those are those are kind of brutally empty. I think we are going to grab Pig's Gym just in case our board never fully fleshes out with it Lottle, because we still need so much damage here, and I'm just not feeling comfortable we're going to get it. We're going to sell business card. I do not want weights on my board very much longer. I'm definitely not upgrading that damn thing. Okay. I need to start buy-sell cycling so that I can get a free upgrade. I'm going to start wasting money on purpose, which is a thing we get to do on pigs sometimes because we are often very rich, and because bootstraps will just start free upgrading our stuff, which is one of the ways that we can start getting ourselves more power on the board.
My battle days are over.
Um, yeah, as much as weights is helping Lottle get nuclear faster, I do not think it's a good choice to have on our board. I think just flat damage is probably going to be better for us. And okay, 6 more and we get the upgrade. There we go. Upgrade on it, Lottle. What the hell? Nightbot deleted your message. Knows assembling requires stop spamming emails warning. Oh no! Nightbot's out of control. How do I get Nightbot not to do that? I just downloaded it today, so I don't know that app very well. But apparently, Nightbot's mad at you, Amelia. It thinks you're spamming me. Nightbot's a bit of a jerk. I can turn Nightbot off if I have to. No, it was because it said you were spamming emotes, which is not a thing I wanted to worry about. So I'm gonna have to figure out how to fix that. I'm very sorry. Okay, Lion King, huge. Not only huge, but it's also probably going to get our Ganjo upgraded. But Lion King is a crap ton of damage. It's one of our late game pivots, so we already got ourselves into start getting a bonk here. We had just picked up Flail, so oh well. I much rather have this on my board. And by the time it Lottle's nuclear and we can get rid of Ganjo, we're going to start looking for Lion King's companions, which are Phonograph and Belt. So we'll get rid of that. It also means that Pig's Gym is probably not our pivot because Lion King is such a good closer. So I debate whether or not I want to get rid of it. So my upgrade definitely lands on Ganjo, although it is a lot of value. I mean, it's just monetarily valuable and will give us, yeah. We're going to keep it around because we get max health every time we buy a weapon, which max health is more damage on Lion King. And then we're getting damage every time we buy a weapon. So we're getting a little bit of synergy here that's worth it. And now I think, yep, it's just upgraded Pig's Gym, so now we're getting even more value out of that. So that's great. I think we are going to pick a worse board because Dragon Tooth will give 5 flat damage to these items. It means we probably can't take the biggest fight right now. Well, we couldn't take that fight anyway. That fight's obscene. So we're going to go safe with Joyful Jack. Frigate we could probably do with this board, but we're just going to be extra, extra, extra safe because we are going to get our enchant on it, Lottle, as long as we level today. As long as we win the fight today. Like I said, I'll be back to the strategy for the game. But honestly, I don't know if it is helpful or not to hear, but everyone I know who's happy really had a hard time in their late 20s. Had a hard time in their 20s writ large, but like it went up through the kind of 28s and then started resolving somewhere around the 29s. So, at least in the experience of my world, this is an unfortunately common event. Okay, I'm still calling my shot that he never has crook at gold. Yep, I've literally never seen crooked gold from him. And I will keep going to him because he should have crooked gold, and because crooked gold would be huge for me. Would get it Lottle all the way to 180. But I genuinely think that's a bug. Honestly, I think we dodged the monster fight as much as I want to because we need to keep stacking flat on that Lottle and look for something better here. Also, if we get belt, it would be huge. But buying just about... we might not be able to trigger bootstraps right now. It's a tough choice. We're going to hit the level anyway. Experience would mean I could put 5 more damage on if I wanted to do the fight with the Dragon's Tooth. It's a tough choice. I don't know why I'm leaning towards middle, because odds are she doesn't have anything for me. Alright, I'm going to do the fight. You should wait for what? You can say anything you want to say now. You don't got to wait. You can distract me from the game. If I wanted to not be distracted from the game, then I wouldn't stream. What the? I thought I swapped... that click and drag must not have happened. I thought I swapped in Dragon's Tooth, but it must have not done the swap. It's unfortunate. That's 5 flat we could have had. Hello. Absolute best enchant you could get on Itlotl. And now Itlotl is fully nuclear. Well beyond. We are suddenly looking very strong on a day 8 board. We went from generally mediocre to very, very powerful. Now we can get rid of Ganjo. The enchants in order are that one. That's the best one. Obsidian doubles your damage. Very close is shiny, which gives you multicast. But for us, we don't have many triggers where doing something multiple times triggers other things. And so it's very rare that it's a benefit to us. But swinging twice means you have a cast animation. So sometimes your second hit doesn't land in time to finish the fight. Very rare, but it happens. But also, it means that you hit Caltrops twice at half the damage instead of hitting it once at twice the damage. So it makes us a little weaker to the mirror match. So Obsidian, then Shiny. Then without Lion Cane, Slow is the best. With Lion Cane, Haste is the best. And then it all kind of falls off from there. Minus Freeze, which is obviously the best on absolutely every build everywhere, but Freeze is just so rare we kind of don't consider it. I should wait until you enter your 30s. Well, additional damage for the gold gain. This can actually pop off eventually, but I don't think we have the time for that. There's no waiting. It happens by doing, right? Like it's gonna be actively thinking about the conversations you need to have, the people you need to build space from, the people that are helping you get closer to feeling like you're in your own skin, and the people who don't. When you feel deeply dysregulated, who were you around, or who were you thinking of, or who were you trying to please when that happened? parsing all of that and then starting to identify the relationships that benefit you versus the ones that don't. Hey, Silicer. I failed at that one. Siliceridius. I got it yesterday. I landed it yesterday. Um, really cool to see you again, man. It's so awesome to have regulars. You guys are amazing. Um, Having a little bit of a deeper conversation about just generally how much our 20s tend to really suck. uh, and like how to work ourselves into getting ready to start having like the really hard conversations of getting rid of the people that just ain't making our lives better. We're going to go to Blood Reef Captain in the Dream of the Skill. Heavy firepower. It's huge. Um, Honestly, at this point, Captain's Wheel might be better for us than not. Maybe. I don't know. Silo. That's good. I'm going to call you Silo. Oh yeah, grad school sucked. God, everyone I know who went to grad school, it sucked for them. My wife, like I think she barely made it out of grad school alive. um, 20 flats hard to pass. There are better out there, but flat damage skills he doesn't usually offer us, so I'm not super comfortable re-rolling that. Yeah, we're gonna go to Curio. Curio's great. We'll love what you're in it, but is brutal and tends to get better. This is what I'm saying. Nearly everyone I know, like your 20s were the bottom, and it goes uphill. It just gets consistently better for most people after that time. That's a hard time for just about everybody. Um, I think we're starting to find and identify the discomfort of what has friction with like what makes us happy, but then we're also realizing that that's like half the people around us. And then you're like, all right, I can start picking fights and shedding friends and um yes, we got boots pretty early. That's why our board is all shiny. We also got a pig's gym that we've been scaling, but like a lot of obsidian, we got Lion King. So I think this we're gonna try to get the pieces to get Lion King going, and we're not gonna do gym at all. So we're gonna check Orion again to see if my hunch is true that he literally never sells a golden crook. Eventually, I know it sounds crazy, but like he has 10 items, and we get to see six. And I have now filmed probably 8 different Orion encounters. So I'm starting to build evidence that this is indeed just a bug. I think we maybe get rid of. What do we get rid of here? I mean, we could get rid of Jim. We're definitely not playing it. Although it is giving. No, it's giving us so much synergy every time we're weapon cycling. So I think we get rid of bootstraps. I would much rather have loop at diamonds, so we feel really comfortable buying and selling small weapons because that's how we're going to get value. Honestly, I'm forgetting to put Dragon Tooth on my board already, though. It's starting to suffer from the boomerang problem, so we'll start there and see if we can get away with not getting rid of boots because we might get an upgrade to it. He's an amazing vendor. Yeah, he only has 10. He gets his 11th at gold. He gets loop at gold. But he only has 10 items, so and you get to see 6 of them. So you go to him for crook, for weights, and for grindstone. And then at gold, you go to him for loop. And you can almost always guarantee you're going to see one of them. Like he's a really good vendor. And then also, once you get to the point that you have those pieces or don't need those pieces, you also know you can absolutely skip him and you won't get anything from him except a hatchet that you can buy and sell for free, right? So yeah, his limited pool makes him an excellent vendor. Okay, we unfortunately didn't get rid of Ganjo, but you know we are day 9 at a nearly 400 Itlotl base, so we're doing pretty good. Um, What was the main issue when the Vanessa ship was insane? Oh, I think I missed a little bit in the chat. Oh, you got your first legend skin. It was Vanessa. Vanessa has some of the best legend skins. I don't think I have a legend skin yet.
Like my crew says at the
I
bar,
honestly haven't paid a lot of
another
attention.
round.
I certainly don't have one on Pig, which is the only one that I would notice if I got a legend skin. Um, just that it was too consistent for one vendor. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Um, it is a rare vendor for us. He's gold. The borders on the vendor are how common the vendor is, not what tier of crap they sell, obviously. Um, and so he is a gold vendor, meaning he's much more rare. Um, but you still see him once or twice, kind of guaranteed, right? Um, so we're buying and selling weapons right now because it does everything for us. It gives us flat damage from lifting. It gives us hit points from Pig's Gym, and it gives us damage from putting hit points on us to Lion King. So that is currently what we're doing. And then we can sell off a bunch of crap as soon as we hit any of our actual pieces we're fishing for, which is going to be belt and phonograph. Um, Mostly care about Dooley Legendary, but it's a shame it's on my least favorite character. Yeah, but slowly over time, you gotta start getting them somewhere. Nufu's a trap. She is outrageously expensive and has too many options, and they all suck. Okay, at some point we actually have to have money. I do I get rid of rewards card over gem? Honestly, I do. Because we don't need to put value on gem anymore. We're buying and selling weapons to get value on our board from everything else. And loot's going to be our main finance activator. We can go get, gumballs to make money or other things. So I actually reward cards as the least. It's very weird because it's such a broken item. But I think that's easiest to get rid of. And we got phonograph. Okay. We probably immediately can put it on our board. It's not great until it's diamond. But, Ganja was just so slow compared to how fast we were closing out fights anyway, that it stopped kind of doing a ton for us. So, Ledger, we're not really playing that kind of econ game. Yeah, Jim does a ton, but okay. So can we take Void Golem? Our Lion King is not necessarily enough that it can bonk him to death. So if he kills it Lottle, we might be in a lot of trouble. These two might be enough. But if he does what he did to me last time, which is he destroys the thing that kills small items and doesn't destroy any of his damage pieces, then he just wrecks our face. And so, yeah, Void Golem... I pick this fight so much more often than I should. I just don't like the fact that I can't take it. So I think I just spit into the wind. Caltrops would be a huge improvement over Jabalian Longbow, though, but it's only waiting for us to find Belt. So we would actually hear me out. We're at the point that we aren't really XP rushing anymore. I mean, we'll get a little bit, but we're past where the XP is game defining. He's not scarier than Lich. He's definitely not scarier than Lich. He's a 1 in 5 for losing. Lich is a there are 4 boards on Earth that beats Lich. By the day that you fight Lich. We're doing it. This is a mistake. That's what I get. I asked for that. That is, yep. I asked for that. We still, like I said, might have a chance here. Maybe Lion King. Yes. All right, we still won. We still won. Literally only because, again, if he killed that thing and not his damage dealer, and we got Caltrops. Never punished. Never punished. That was skill there, folks. That was preparation and skill. Yeah, that was a lot dicier than that was a bad play. But it shows you that Unless he also destroyed that other thing, he could have killed anything on my board and I would have been fine. He could have killed Crook and we would have still had like a weaker at Lottle that was doing something. He could have killed Lion King and that Lottle would have closed out the fight. We were actually okay there, unless we got two bad things in a row, which we didn't, so we're good. Uh, I guess I'm fishing for like a upgrade hammer or a cooldown reduction or XP. We got truffles. Not really doing the truffle game right now, but that's fine. We'll take it. I'm afraid of that encounter and don't go for it even when with broken builds. Which one? Because if you're talking about Lich or you're talking about Void Golem, the answer is yes. It is true for both of them. Void, yeah. Uh, Void Golem is really about having a broad board versus having a good board. You have to have if you're a sustain base, you have to have two strong sustain items. If you're damage base, you have to have two strong damage items. Everything on your board has to be redundant for you to be able to face him well, and then you can't be fast. But Dooley always loses to Void Golem, right? Always. I think you're right. Void Golem is the worst for Dooley by far because I've never not beat a Dooley with just one Caltrops. You're just doing too many fast things into Caltrops and you just beat yourself to death on them. So yeah, I think you're right. From your perspective, because you're Dooley main, it is significantly worse. But to beat Lich, you have to have nothing but weapons, which Dooley can do. He's got a decent amount of boards that can do. Nobody else can at that level. By the time Vanessa gets to him, she's had to transition into some things to like load her items. And if you use anything that's not a weapon, it activates his Necronomicon, which gives him regen and poison and just wrecks your face. Okay. This looks pretty good. I'd still like to upgrade Phono. And if I got belt, I might swap belt for Caltrops in most of my fights. And just go for like the 3.5 second bonk once Phono's up to speed. It gives us a little more resilience. I don't know why, but my overlay today is showing me that I only have one person here, and I definitely have more. So that's particularly unhelpful. Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna see if it's a Twitch problem because Twitch's numbers are sometimes off, or if it's an overlay problem. No, it's a Twitch problem. My overlay has the same numbers that Twitch does, but I think I definitely have at least two of you here, so those numbers are wrong. Showed 9 when you joined? Wow. Yeah, I was seeing 1 the whole time. If I get an early force field with good support, I'm down for Lich. Never tried it. I've literally never tried him without just going pure weapons. Every time I activate Necronomicon, I lose pretty hard, so I assumed that was always the case, so I might be totally wrong. Okay, no weapons and no belt and no Funo. It's kind of all we're fishing for now. Huzzah! So definitely at gold, belt is significantly better. We'll take the extra 2 point whatever seconds for nearly double damage. But at diamond, Phono gets sexy, so we'll have to see. And there are times where it's a Caltrop board, and there are times where it's not. Dooley, it has to be a Caltrop board because we might get permafrozen, and then Caltrops is how we win. But something like Pig, it's usually a Phono board, so we can outrace like his fixer stuff. So it's really good to have both, so you can kind of pick and choose based on what you think your fight's going to be. I'm going to dump the truffle value, I guess, on Jim. Again, I don't know why we're not using Jim, but it's there. Wouldn't mind a bootstrap upgrade. It'd just be another way to start upgrading my whole damn board. We could definitely take Void Colossus. Oh yeah, the insta kill build. That's true. Yeah, he doesn't have enough time. And if you can get enough shields and you do all your damage after you build your shields, then you never get him to half, so you don't get frozen. You just like bypass that and go straight to killing him. Yeah, I can see that being super strong. Yeah, I haven't faced it much though. Is it hard to put together? Is it really inconsistent, Force Field Dooley? Because I genuinely just have not seen it kind of at all. Um, I would love to upgrade Crook, but it is definitely Belt. Might have been Phono. I think it's going to be Belt. I don't love going all in with like Phonograph Beltline Cane because then we're just so crowd controllable with slow or freeze. Um, so I'd like to kind of keep the Caltrop setup unless I get something like Radiant on my line cane. The moment you get Radiant on your line cane, you just like all in. We're gonna pay and hopefully get a level. Fantastic, and we don't have Rayakon. And this is why we go to Rayakon. So we don't need Rayakon because we got better. Isla's unironically good this late. She has a lot of obsidian enchants. First, we're also buying and selling weapons for various reasons. I know we almost always go for monster fights this late, but getting like an obsidian caltrops or even just a crook upgrade or buying and selling, it's pretty close for me. I don't know. I'm still gonna get more health out of the level. Yeah, it's the fight. I wanted to talk myself into that because it's a little more fun, but it's the fight. Property Baron's always a little scary just because he's got crit, but obviously, oof. And then it's terrifying when like their big weapon goes off and the fight ends. And you're like, wait, was it me or them who died? What am I getting rid of here? Bootstraps would let me upgrade my whole board if I get an upgrade, but that's unlikely. Gym is... I'm not doing a lot of buying and selling weapons anymore. It's a little bit of value. I think I get rid of Gym finally. It is really clugging up my space. It's not brain dead force, but feels like it compared to the goal of Dooley being 6 different classes. Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, Dooley's very hard to balance. Here's my first Dooley in a long time. Dooley's very hard to balance, and giving people only 2 options feels really bad. Only 2 cores, just... It's like... Alright, then almost every core has to be competitive. If you're going to make them pick one of 2, almost every core has to be competitive. And that's never been the case. Like, Dooley's always had 1 core that's broken, 2 cores that are good enough, and the rest that are, like, dog tier. When it's had one that's broken. It has occasionally not even had that. I think we're currently in the era where nothing's terribly broken on Dooley. Am I buying and selling, like, chocolate bars? Yes, I am. I have so much money. I sold Gem. I forgot I sold Gem. I'm rich. We're rich. We might just have one more day to cash out because we got just the most run-of-the-mill square pig run, which in the current meta is outrageously powerful. So usually means you get to check out early. Kev could have upgrades to all of these, or we just keep racing XP. I think we keep racing XP. The burden of hand business and all that. Max health, fantastic. I've been up against a couple ignition cores that have taken my lunch money, especially early. It's still very strong early. I have not seen many ignition cores late, and I don't know if that's because he loses or cashes out. I'm guessing a bit of both. But pretty much after day 12, it's pig. It's like pigs all the way down. All right. This is where I can make a lot of choices. I could go crook uh, for this board. I could go phonograph for the Lion King board. Um, and just have a very strong Atlatl with a 3.5 second one shot ish, which I really like as an option. And I don't think the extra damage is. I don't think the extra damage is terribly necessary if I decide to run the setup. I think that this is solid. Again, if I'm running against Uli, this wins. I don't think I need more damage for this to win. Or if it doesn't win, then the damage isn't the difference. But if I'm going against Pig, then having this option is huge. Yeah, I think that was correct. I'm still probably running Caltrops, but I now have the flex option in case I'm going against Pig, where I have to shut him down before he's able to like get out of control with the fixer or something. Because day 12, Pig can get silly. I guess we're buying and selling weapons still. I need to get that out of the way so I don't accidentally sell it. I love buying and selling diamond. Like, you're so rich, you're just like, sure, I'll just burn 16. Ignition's amazing for 10 rushes. Yeah, the upgrade's a little minimal. I mean, get a little bit more out of it, Lotl, because it's obsidian, so it doubles. But yeah, it's pretty minimal. It's not massive. Versus cutting Lion Cane from like 5.5 to 3.5 is not minimal. Yeah, we're still gonna. I don't even know why the health one's there. You always get so much more health from leveling. Now the question is, do I think Vanessa is a single weapon Vanessa? If so, it's 10,000% Lion Cane. Or do I think she's some sort of spammy shenanigans, in which case it's 100% Caltrops? Yeah, pig skills are always way less good. You have that impression for a good reason. I've seen both this late. You think single light? Yeah. Okay. We're gonna go for it. To be honest, yeah, this is very weak against slow freeze though, which she's likely to have no matter what. This is just betting she doesn't have it in 3.5 seconds. We'll try it. We'll try it. We got a couple losses in us, and this is a very strong board. So she would have to get me frozen in 3.5 seconds. She might. It's single weapon. You're correct. This is a better single weapon board. Yeah, we weren't going to close out with Caltrops at all, actually. We would have lost that fight with Caltrops. Huge. Yeah. 229 probably has some scaling we didn't get to see because I didn't get enough casts off. With heal and shield and lifesteal, she was going to deeply out heal our Caltrops. That was going to be rough. So that was the correct choice, and we cashed out. So this is one of the interesting things about Square Pig is that even when you're board set, the matchup choices matter quite a bit. And if you keep staying open to various options, you then give yourself the choice to react to those matchups. You could easily grab Caltrops and just be done, and know that you can't fit the full Lion King package and just not fish for it. But we would have lost that fight if we didn't. So that was cool. We're gonna open up our chests, and then we'll go back to winning some fights. A whole lot of boring. I honestly never even look at what I get. We got a board. I think I have this board. I don't really understand why you get the same thing 17 times, but you get a different certificate. I know that the game was originally designed around NFTs, and so that's probably just legacy. But it's always like, so then I don't get excited to even look into what I got because I'm assuming it's all duplicates of various stuff. And then like once every 5 days, I will just be like, wait, do I have any new outfits to throw on? And I almost never do. So that's yeah, that makes you a little disenchanted in terms of caring about the cosmetics. So I think that's probably bad. Okay, we're gonna play another rant. Yeah, it really your comfort level with the hero gives you so many more choices. But Pig, oddly, I think your boards are a lot more flexible, and therefore you can pay a lot more attention to your opponent. Um, Whereas like Dooley, you've kind of decided what your main line is, and everything else is an activator, and you can do a little bit of position swapping sometimes to get a little bit more activation on your shield item or heal item versus a little bit more on your haste item or whatever. Like you have a little bit of switch choices, but not enough that it makes so much sense to pay attention to it. But once you if you're good at it, you probably do. But I feel like we can swap whole items out on boards all the time. Um, so this is a little something. Um, we'll grab these two because they can go into something else later. I hate. He's very expensive to reroll, and this is probably a mistake. But Shadow Cloak is massive, and Knee Brace is unironically good day one. No, I'm still not going to do it. That's still just a bad play. We're still not going to do it. You often have a full pivot in your board. Wow. It clearly shows that I don't know Dooley at all. Huh. Yeah. Very surprised. I usually when I'm playing Dooley, I sometimes am holding around pieces to be able to swap out, but that's because I'm moving, not because I like am switching anything on the board the way it is. But there's a reason I'm a pick main. One of these days, if I get a little bit more audience and chat becomes a little bit more active, I'd love to have chat kind of mock me through some Dooley runs or some Vanessa runs. I find those always really fun to watch streamers kind of like fail as their audience is like screaming at the screen trying to get them to make the right choices and they're just not fast enough. Like I find that amusing as hell. So I'd like to do that at some point, but often wants to speculate on force fill insta kills if the skills support it. I mean, are you holding a backup board hoping to pivot into it, which totally makes sense, or are you holding items that are like this might like our pig run just there? Like I had two board states. I had a one shot kill bonk in 3.5 seconds board state, or I had a you kill yourself on my caltrops board state, and I was choosing between the two depending on who my opponent was. Like, does he do that? I want fins, but my board sucks really hard. And I think I still do fin. Very fond of saying what Einstein called the greatest invention of the 20th century is compound interest. It's just strong. These are brutal. Um, Gosh, what do we even do? We have just kind of gotten a whiff Fiesta. I guess I'm re-rolling here. Um, I'm having a lot of difficulty imagining the board I beat. uh, yeah. Okay, that's better than not. Um, Having a double heal setup with our regen and being able to throw a little bit extra with medkit, uh, and then putting flat on our weapons. Is this better to have on our board just on its own 30 every 11? No, I think we'll do that. Okay. Uh, yeah, that's not going to activate so much more that it makes sense. 5 seconds is still pretty fast, and it's more damage. Yeah, there's not many boards on Earth we beat right now, but I do beat an empty board. You are correct. I beat an empty board. It's very helpful. That I don't think we beat double barrel. It runs out of ammo, but um, I think jellyfish alone probably kills us with an activator. We don't quite out heal the poison. Do we? We do out heal the poison. We're actually ahead. Victory is ours. He hasn't even gotten poison damage over our regen threshold because of our heals. God, that's silly. Yeah, the regen helps a lot. That's actually how I was allowed to talk myself into going to Finn, is because day one, the regen is actually pretty huge. 2-2. That regen will still matter tomorrow. It won't ever again. But I wonder how they could make regen more powerful. I feel like regen should be like a value of your total hit points or something so that it has scalability. Because it's just so useless if it's not the first 2 days. So these could all belong together theoretically. Slingshot is unironically good day two. It's actually a lot of damage, but you need a lot of pieces. But we have Pickles and we have Yo-Yo. So I think I'm actually doing that, and we are going to fish to see if he has business card. He does not. None of those are worth it. Yeah, it. I know there was that period where people were just like unironically complaining that day one regen was broken. We seem like so far from those days. Okay. I usually like to lean towards weapon skills because they give me more pivot options, and we rarely tend to have heals on our board later. But if you get a skill that's going to win you the day, the fight, you do it, and that's pretty close to. That is a significant amount of power for the upcoming fight. We do have enough money to check out Kev. Kev is sometimes good to us, but usually not. All right, if we can grab a weights, then we got ourselves a board. We do not have enough to take Rogue Scrapper, unfortunately. We don't out damage his 60 heal every 8 seconds. I think we do have enough heal to survive Warrior, so we'll go for that fight. I think. We don't have weights, we're not scaling. We'll see. Depends on how many times he crits with Boot. Because if he keeps critting with Boot, you have a bad day. It was a while ago. It was pre Fixer, it was a while ago. But yeah, there definitely was a time where people were like, regen's too strong. Day one is just completely about whether you get that counter. We're losing to the shield from Apparel Helm. Yeah, we lost that fight. Oh, that's deeply embarrassing. I did not realize that Helm got so much. And what a terrible timing. Oh, that's deeply tragic. Bora is not as easy as we thought, man. We just have no damage. That sucks. Unfortunately, we would have lost harder to Apprentice. That is such a hard. Apprentice is harder than Bor, like actually harder than Bor. So we didn't really have a choice. We picked the fight that we had the best shot at. I like Succulence the most because it will be strong eventually. I don't think that's worth 4 damage. Fang maybe. God, we're dregs right now, man. Bottom of the barrel. Okay, So
Heat up, bulk up, get solid.
I don't know how we kill somebody with this particular board. Uh, I think this is objectively correct. Oof. Yeah.
We're out to dethrone a king, not to
I don't
destroy
understand the potion one
nobody.
at the lowest level. I don't know what potion Warrior has. Yeah, we lose. I mean, there wasn't a world in which we didn't. Yeah, he's a hard face rush, even so much so that he put his reload on his poppers. Although he has the gold fire skill. That's why. Yeah, this is a brutal start. We are looking miserable. Um, Fell behind on XP. Uh, we'll take the mountain pass, but honestly, I don't know what fight we win. Okay, hopefully we can start getting some board state.
Ah, a friend. I mean, a customer.
Um, yeah, we don't have the luxury of trying to start getting a pawn shop online for like 40 days from now. Okay, flail is kind of good next to yo-yo. Um, Gosh, this is still pretty rough. I guess we're taking on Flame Dancer.
The flame. Then
Oh, the Apprentice. That's right. That's right. Yeah, the Apprentice was the lowest one. Um, he was the quote easy fight, and he is not remotely in any world the easy fight. He needs to be retuned or moved. He's a fun encounter, but he's just like, yeah, they kind of don't care about the balance. It seems of like diamond fights sometimes being laughable and bronze fights sometimes being outrageous. They seem to have never really adjusted those to fix when they're off. Honest to God, if we just threw awaits on this board, we would have a fine board. Um, we also don't have econ going. Gosh, this is bleak, man. Um,
my battle days are over, and my weapons crave.
okay.
Enjoy the thrill of battle.
Longbows a start. Hmm. Is it too late for Regal? We have a lot. We need the upgrade,
Use it well.
which is still in front of us, sadly, because we missed the fight. So we could maybe do that. Okay, God, I hate the small to middle shifts are sometimes really annoying. Yeah, we could maybe do a Regal if chat believes in me. Well, I want weights. I mean, we have a lot of econ. We don't have any econ generators, but we have a lot of money technically. Because we have a lot of things to sell. Okay, we got a Gonjo. We now are not terribly poor. The problem is we're gonna have to sell a lot of stuff that we would like to be activators for Regal, but Regal's still bronze. Which probably ends up meaning that we don't go Regal at all. So that was unfortunate, but we were looking for some kind of turn, and we got some kind of turn. So this is a good setup. This is a good setup. This is good. No, it's not. Yeah, I think that's still generally the stronger board. We aren't going to get the level because we fell behind. And then do we sell off We're not getting any value. It's out of Piggle, and I think it is late. It's late for Regal since we got the upgrades at Bronze. So we're going to grab it Lottle so that we have that starting to be ready for a pivot. We have a lot of pieces of Square Pig. We just have everything at Bronze. So, but this is something we have in combat scaling, which is honestly day 3 without in combat scaling, you just lose flat, cold. We don't have any weapons that are strong on their own until much, much, much later with lots of work. Jesus.
Bravery without strength is a sword without a blade.
Not much to be done there.
Can't finish with fighting, but I can help you finish a fight.
Okay, we'll re-roll. Well, now we get the Regal Blade, but I think we are fine without it. Day 4 is way too late. Alright, we gotta catch up on XP. Oh god, that's not how you do that. So, I think, Scoville's the clock. There's no way on earth that you can out-heal through it. We didn't out-heal through regular damage, much less fire damage.
Feel the burn. The burn is life.
But we're not. He's a day ahead of us too. We have 483 hit. Oh my god. So we're going for 2 gold. I don't think we're gonna get it, but we're going for 2 gold. We aren't gonna get 1 gold.
The infernal side. Maybe he was right.
Oh my god. Yeah, that was brutal. All right, we're not dumb enough for James Juggler, James Fuggler. I think this is actually just a better board setup than the alternative. We could probably take Rotary. How about 0 gold? The run's terrible. This is my worst run in a very long time. That being said, we've had some particular luck this last week of casting. My first week of casting, but this last week of casting, in coming back from really, really terrible boards. I've had 4 times now, probably more. Actually, I'm not keeping great count. Where we got our enchant with only 3 wins, and then we got a 10-win run. So, you know, we are good at comeback scenarios, but we have not seen a single upgrade vendor. We have not seen a single upgrade hammer, and Pig is pretty reliant on his board. So none of the current pieces we have are going to be usable tomorrow if we don't get them upgraded by then. So that's pretty rough. We did not see any econ. So we don't have any way to like buy our way into a better board state very easily. So that's pretty rough. So not super optimistic that this is going to turn around terribly. I think we got to go Ganjo. It's by far doing the most work on our board. I mean, Jabalian's double damage if you upgrade. But it doesn't stay on our board forever. I don't know. That's debatable. That's probably still correct. We shouldn't have it Lottle on our board. It's doing nothing for us. It's too weak, too slow. It can be there eventually. Looks like a weapon run, I guess. Yeah, we guessed too, man. Guessing's kind of all we can do at this point. We're unironically crook fishing at the tool shop is how good this is going so far. So, yeah, we aren't cycling anything, right? We don't get any value from cycling. I mean, we'll cycle anyway. Just as a rule of thumb, just so that you never accidentally mess up, if you see a bronze or a silver briefcase or hatchet, you just buy it and sell it. You get the same amount back that you bought it for, and we have so many activators for buying and selling crap that it's just better to do it than to not do it. Also, just if you hold on to it, then you might be able to get a little bit more value if you go to the right vendor. We're about to get crushed. Like, we're going to regret waking up today. Hey, we got to swing our weapons once. Yay, us. Victory is ours. Oh my god. Are we seriously not getting through his regen? 15 regen. And he also has like 3 times our health. So he got to see Finn like dozens of times. Three times, but still, at least 3 times. Yeah, this might be my first no 4-win run in forever. This is not going anywhere. Um, yeah, he had no ramp, but it didn't matter. He was just so 1100. That's not just 3 visits. He also did some other kind of scaling. That's not just 3 fin stacking. Okay, so yeah, I would be like, all right, let's start looking for a value pivot. Let's start like there's a lot of things you could start doing when you're desperate here. The problem we have is that we also don't have an econ game. So we're unironically gonna like fish for cryosleeve. We didn't get it. Cryosleeve can just win you some like mid tier games because of how much unbelievable amount of shield it gives for no good reason. Um, we're just gonna start making some semi wild plays, rerolls and whatnot. Because we kind of have to hit like an enchanted item that we have no business getting. We maybe hit the gold uh, shadow cloak here. Couples with flail enough to pretend that that's a board. Yeah, so we're just gonna start making some risk moves. We actually still have to win this fight, which is very crit dependent. It's not a hard fight, but if he just gets a good string of crits and he keeps reloading, then you're in trouble. Especially if like his launcher keeps critting, then you're in deep trouble. But if he gets no crits, you're fine. And it looks like he's not getting any, so he's not reloading. God, the fact that this fight is taking so long is depressing in its own right. Always spend all gold and gamble to random stuff. Well, I'm super happy to talk you through kind of how like how to make the decision of when to spend the money and not, and like I find I'm very good at that, and I'm the right coach for that. However, you're in the wrong run for that. We unfortunately are in a run that that we're probably just going to start throwing money at the wall and hoping we catch something. Now, I would very much like to get some weapon skills so that someday, somewhere, we could become an Atlatl boy. But we're day 5 and we're pretty late for that. I don't want to commit to this board though. But that is a really big synergy with all of our fast swinging. Usually. That word hurts me. Okay. So, all right, let's take a step back. If I take that skill, I can do heal ramping and I can sustain through a fight, but I can only win a non-shield based fight. If they have shield, we lose. If they have poison, we lose. So what I'm winning is against weapons Vanessa. I might be able to pull out if she doesn't kill me fast enough for these to hit the second time, which she has the last 2 times. Um, so this actually only gives us an advantage against about a third of the boards we're going to face. So we are going to fish for lifting. Fine. We wanted flat weapon damage. Lifting is flat weapon damage plus extra steps. So that's cool. This is also why if you see a briefcase, you buy a briefcase, by the way. Like now suddenly we get what extra swing on that, and there was no reason to sell it sooner. Andy has a chance of having a bunch of small weapons that we can start cycling into flat damage. But when you're in trouble, Pearl is a fun place to go because you can sometimes just get randomness. Tripwire can get enchanted and do some shenanigans, but we don't have anything for it to activate. I find upgrading Yo-Yo here deeply mid. Yo-Yo has no damage. We're going to do one more reroll. And we didn't get it, so we'll just grab something that'll sell for the most and cash out. Okay. It is oddly late for us to get. I think day 5 is the last day for Lost Crate. So we could upgrade Jabalian Longbow here, which would double its damage and be the best move we could make for good board state. That's not the game anymore. Now the game is about we need to make it to like day 15, right? So we need a very broken, very powerful something. So Isla fishing for an enchanted Crook's a good start. It actually doesn't get us out of our hole, believe it or not, but it's a board state to pivot into. I'll talk a little bit about your Crook benchmarks though, and then you'll understand that wasn't. You'll understand why I'm not dancing for joy. But maybe we can get ourselves. It's very late, even at gold, to start trying to play Regal. And Regal has anti-synergy with Crook. You kind of want to swing fast, so we're not going to do that. We can start selling off those pieces. Yeah, we're going to have to start doing everything possible to put flat damage on Atlatl and pray that we can get some kind of enchant and that the stars start aligning and Atlatl becomes our road to salvation. Also, just right now, buying any kind of weapon is a little bit of flat damage, so we'll do it. That's fine. But this gives us some PvE action to put a little damage on. Okay. Atlatl, your benchmarks are on day 6, you should be able to get Atlatl to nuclear, 180 damage, so you're doing 1.1 seconds in under 10 seconds of cast time. That's a winning board. That means you win against everybody who's not absolutely high rolling you. By the end of day 7, you should do it in 4 seconds, and by day 8, it has to be standalone, or else it's not even a good board. So, yeah. Atlatl does not get nuclear before the sandstorm kills us right now, so it's not even good to have on our board. Eventually, that might change, but right now, it's not particularly great. It is probably unironically better. It's very debatable to put it on Jabalion because Jabalion is so slow. So this is probably correct. But we have no weapon skills. I only have one opportunity. Well, we have lifting, but will be a weapon skill. Again, weapon skill with extra steps. I had one opportunity to fish for weapons with a reroll and took the better board to win day 1. Or to win day 2, and then we went up against a face roll and, paid for our sins. We're actually... Yeah, no, we lose. It's a little closer than I would think, but we definitely lose. Because Lion Cane is the end. He's having a bad day, too. So, the real problem we have right now, yeah, that was much closer than expected, is that we're... Generally, I don't see a way out. This is... I always can, kind of game some way out, but we have not gotten a value stacker, so we can't even, grab a property and try to slap it on our board at the last minute, because we just can't. We have no value. We don't even have much money, because we've never gotten value in the game. Yeah, this is really rough. And so buying and selling weapons feels extravagant, except for a briefcase. All right, flat damage. Are we gonna get to? We won't. Oh yeah, we also lost. Did we lose two? I mean, Scoville doesn't count because he was a free fight. Did we lose two fights? We are so far behind on XP too. So we're not gonna get. Yeah, this is bleak. So we'll do that and we'll take the weak fight. He can actually kill us. Unironically, we can lose that. I actually think Lottle goes, and that's. But no, no. The whole point of this is to put flat damage on it, Lottle. Oof, this is bleak. Dogboy here is not weak. He can actually kill us. So we'll see. Um, yeah, this is the lowest roll of my life. Actually, I'm pretty sure this is the worst game I've had ever. You can watch the VODs. We've had kind of consecutive 10-win runs the last several days. I had one day that I was really fast chatting deep into chat, and I had like 2 4 wins in a row that I kind of brought upon myself. I'm getting a little better at game focusing, but super glad you're here. Hopefully, I will redeem myself eventually, and you will believe. You will join the hype train. But it's also really good to see these runs where someone struggles deeply because hearing the thought process of how we get out is important. Sometimes you get a way out, sometimes you don't, but you do have to play the run as if you're going to get a way out. What we don't love right now is that we don't really have an option to get ourselves like a pivot for our enchant. Like what I would really like to do is go fishing for Subscraper and just throw an enchant on Subscraper and then try to like white knuckle grip our way out by pivoting into that. But we just don't have the econ to even buy it if it showed up at gold. So we're actually going to have to pick these kind of items. Hey, we could go to the cult and sacrifice half of our health for a really crappy bow. So that's the way out. It's just this game that's a losing streak. It hasn't been consistent. So Grindstone gets us closer to our requirements we were talking about. So we were saying on day 6, we need Lottle to be nuclear in 10 seconds. Okay? So in 10 seconds, we stack 30, 40, 50 damage onto Lottle. We are still very short. So we actually don't hit it until about 15 seconds. So yeah, that's under the power curve. It's winnable if we have a board that's just trying to stall because we can punch through a stall with this board. But this isn't a good face rush build, and we're up against Vanessa, which is what we're going to need. So we're about to lose here. And then what do we put our enchant on? Like, we're going to put an enchant on a 90 damage at Lottle. So this run is pretty cursed. Probably not going to turn around. Yeah, and we're too slow to really do much against the tread board. We have significantly less health than her. I mispositioned my flail, of all things. Doesn't matter. Deeply tragic. Okay. What were you asking, Silo? I'm curious if you know your streak. Mine is at 7 now. Like my longest 10-win streak. I think my on-stream 10-win streak got to 9. My off-stream, I never really kept track of it until I was streaming. So the only thing that makes sense. Wait a second. What's our? We're at 6, level 6. Oof. Okay. So this isn't winning. Crit actually goes really well on Crook because Crook means you get 50% crit chance against all of your items, and then we leave space for Lottle to actually get a decent enchant. But we have to win our way all the way up to level 10, which is at least 3 more wins. I honestly think we have to fish for Obsidian. Might be the only thing that'll get us just like immediately into a run. Um, we got shield, which is not it, but that's fine. But Obsidian would suddenly make it Lottle immediately nuclear, and we would be a real boy. So again, we're not making like the most hard and true choices here. We're making the desperate, trying to not fall into the gutter choices. We're still a little bleak on money, so we wouldn't be able to afford a property pivot, so we're just going to grab gold. She doesn't have the opportunity to give us econ, so that's not where we go. Shock Trooper is a hard kill at about 16 seconds. When his weapon hits for the 3rd time, he's done 1200 damage to you, which, oh my god, we are so low on level that would kill us alone. And then the 3rd cast of it's 1000 damage in itself, so we aren't even anywhere near wanting to dance with that devil. We're so weak that I actually kind of don't have a vibe against us versus our boards. Again, I need to move Crook and Flail. Yeah, I'm just on tilt now. Okay, gotta get those back in the right position. 9 is pretty sweet. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with 9. Okay, we're gonna hold Feather. We got nothing on our board that deeply needs it. And then we get our Crook upgrade, which is usually our first big step. I think just being as far behind the XP curve has been the biggest issue. Because normally we had that by yesterday's fight, and then Lottle would have met the parameters of being nuclear when we wanted her to be. So we're not as tragic as I thought. However, we just have to survive forever, and we're currently in Square Pig, which is not the build that survives forever. Until I get an econ piece, I can't start cycling weapons for day. Okay. Alright, now we get to play the game. Alright, we have an econ game. We're going shopping all the time. As we go shopping, we will try to maintain our money around 12 to 14 with some sellables on our board, so we're able to buy something that's in a pivot. We have day 10 in front of us, which means we have an enchant, which means we have a property pivot that we're going to be able to do if we want to. Property pivot is probably the best way for us to make it past day 12. Really outstanding Square Pig boards can make it to day 13-ish, 14-ish sometimes. That would take so much luck from where we are that probably a property pivot is where we want to go. So in the meantime, we're going to try to do buy-sell weapon cycling to get Lottle up to being a real boy, but we're poor, so we're only buying at 2 and 4. Okay, we got a game plan. We will spend 5 for a flat 10. And remember when I said day 6 at Lottle has to be nuclear inside of 10 seconds, and day 7 has to be nuclear inside of 4. It's actually 5 now because of Bonk. So we are nuclear from 1 item inside of 5. So honestly, we are now trading Grindstone because we don't need it to get to nuclear for more overall permanent damage. Honestly, against Vanessa, I'm not sure that's correct. I actually need that damage up front and fast. Yeah, if she's a single weapon, we'll need longbow. So this is a bit of a question. But we're getting shields from it, Lottle, too. So I think we're just going to keep damage stacking there because we also get a little bit of holdout for it. Yeah, this might be it for us. We unfortunately are up against an obscenely strong enchanted gold's fire revolver. All right, there's our cash out. That was the worst run I've ever played. I've never had a 1-win run. So we got that on the books. We got to see me struggle pretty hard, so that's good. So now we're gonna talk through the gameplay. So the good thing is we get to start over. You get to see a much better run here. I am going to take a very quick break to. Oh no, I have another soda here. Yeah, I'm still going to take a very quick break to go to the restroom and come back, and then we're going to start a ranked pig run where I promise I'll be able to kind of talk you through, you know, the right things to do. It would be very. I seriously doubt we'll get low rolled like that 2 in a row. So I'll be right back. Actually, 1 second. Okay, welcome back. Thanks for everyone who stuck around. Going to do a quick post mortem on that run because there definitely was a big mistake that was the beginning of the end for us. So we were unlucky with damage and damage scaling in our initial draw, but we got a lot of heal items. We didn't have something like Matchbox to convert those items into damage, and on our skill choice, we got an increase all your heal, and I leaned into the board I had, hoping that it would help me win that day. Um, but in actuality, that was a misplay. We should have re-rolled and fished for a damage skill so that we could get some damage. The heal was going to carry if it did, but we never had enough to get through shield. Day 2, our fights were bad. We had Apprentice as the low roll fight, and we had Warrior as the mid. And because we didn't pick up the damage skill and we didn't have a good weapon, we didn't get through the shield on Warrior. We lost the Warrior fight, and that was it. That was the end of the game. We never got XP. We didn't get enough money to get the game off the ground. The pickup fights that we got were then against monsters we couldn't even touch, so we didn't get extra gold or XP there, and that was the game. So I think that was the mistake that was made. So I wanted to call that out so I can learn from it. Um, I know the way to use the hammer for dupe, but which one is good to get dupes from? Um, yeah, I'm super happy to answer questions as we go. So, uh, duping on pig only makes sense. Yeah, it doesn't make sense on most of our boards. The only two items you'll kind of ever dupe on pig is yo-yo or matchbox. Theoretically, you could dupe at Lottle, and if you manage to get two at Lottles to nuclear, congratulations, you won the game. But it Lottle takes, sorry, Goose, my cat, who's my namesake, is wanting up. So, hi, Goose. Say hi. This is Goose. Um, Getting flat damage on it Lottle so it gets to 180, so its cast time comes down to 1 second, which is what I call nuclear. Is takes It takes a lot of work. It takes a combination of skills, crook, and just like flat damage upgrades onto it, Lottle. Being able to get two above 180 is very unlikely. You would have to get very lucky with skill high rolls. So duping it, Lottle, I've done it multiple times thinking I was being cheeky, and I just like had a very hard time in those runs because I was so starved of paying attention to anything else, trying to get two at Lottles up to one, when really like you're spending 6 whole turns trying to get one at Lottle up to one already. So I think that's a mistake. So you would only ever duplicate Matchbox or Yo-Yo. Yo-Yo is a difficult. You have to have in combat damage scaling for Yo-Yo to make sense, and so usually you pair Yo-Yo with weights and heals, and then weights is what's adding the flat damage to your Yo-Yo. And then if you have two Yo-Yos, they kind of activate each other a little bit. If you have two Matchboxes, they also activate each other. That's the reason why those are worth duping. And that's it. Those are the only two circumstances in which you would even conceive of trying to dupe. But you know, you even then, if I get a Matchbox and I get an upgrade right away, I'm probably not going to skip it in the hopes of being able to dupe. Because Matchbox boards are hard to make it past day 7 in the first place. So are weights boards. So if I kind of stumble across, I get the hammer, I have a Matchbox, I haven't seen the upgrade yet, and then I see it, I'll do it. But otherwise, I'm not going to make many sacrifices to try to get into it. It just even at double Matchbox, you still need a lot of things to go right for that to be a winning cash out board without a pivot. So, uh, yeah. So Silo here is our resident Dooley expert. If you have questions on that on Dooley, he's definitely going to be better than me for answering. So part of me wants to go for Enchanted to mix it up a little bit, just to have some starting direction. But it is incorrect. Gold skills are terrible for us. We just have a bloated pool, too big of a chance to get a complete whiff. And even if you get a good skill, you're just so broke you can't capitalize on it. The enchanted items are a little fun. I tend to do those sometimes just because they're fun. But honestly, on a competitive run where I'm trying to get my 10 wins, I always go for the thing. Expert, I can refer back. Yeah, I'm not. I mean, there was one season, one cycle that I played Dooley, and I was okay. I got some 10 win runs, but I wasn't particularly great. It just wasn't really my vibe. So our options here, Curio can be good. He has two items we deeply want. Knee brace, unironically. Thanks a bunch for joining the crew.
Alanshan007 has joined the Goose Mafia.
Thanks so much for joining, man. I don't know why I can't see the name. If you want to just say hi in the chat, then I can read off your name. I'm super sorry. It pops over on my far screen. I'm not always fast enough to see it. But welcome to the crew. Really appreciate it. I'm really debating doing a reroll here. Sunder isn't terrible. One of the things about having this much gold and also having the income means we could afford to do one silly reroll on day 1. Uh yeah, I think I'm gonna do it. We whiffed hard, unfortunately. That was tragic. So two boards. We didn't see the knee brace. We didn't see the shadow cloak. We kind of didn't see anything that he could give us that would be decent. We can't take Viper, so we're gonna go for Fang Dinglet because Fang at least would be okay, decent damage. Not picking companion or shield quote friendly. Finally, Fanny, the only pig streamer ready to learn. Well, come on in. Are you here to teach me or are you here to learn from? And I am here for both. Um, but yeah, pig main, been pig for a while now. You wouldn't know by our last run, but we're decent. We're not terrible. I'm in Legend if I play more regularly, which I kind of stopped doing as soon as I started streaming because I had to learn all the streaming tools and techniques, and that's been my life for the last week. Uh, I was up in the 300s at one point, but we've fallen behind quite a bit uh, with the limited play time. I also don't love calling out rank on Legend Ladder right now because it's really just playtime based. It's a very not good system. Okay, we kind of have to reroll here, and we are fishing for a scalar. So part of me wants to fish bird in case our scalar ends up being weights. Marbles at bronze is not particularly good, and we're gonna need to get okay, cool. Matchbox is fine. We can do a matchbox start. Succulence isn't terrible with Matchbox, so we at least have something kind of resembling a game plan. We could throw a little bit of damage onto our sender weapon here. This is not going to win day one unless they also have a bad board, just because our heals are low and we have no in combat scaling. But it's not terrible. We can pick up. We could have gone to middle hoping to get like a Ganjo to improve our board state, but odds are we wouldn't get it. And you do have to get at least one XP upgrade day one or day two in order to get the level up and get into the bigger board by the end of day two. I can't really imagine this board improving too terribly much. Like our heals are still pretty low, so that they wouldn't be activators for weights for a long time. So rather than throwing a lot of resources behind winning a day I'm probably not going to win, took the XP to set ourselves up to go hard on day two. XP is super good. Thanks, man. Oh yeah, we hard lose to this board. Good old barrel. I hate barrel with the. You know what? Wait. Do we? Our Sunder's too slow. I was like, yeah, he gains shield faster than we take it off. That's too bad. I was like, wait, did we counter him with Sunder? No, he gains it at 10. We only remove it at 5. I've always hated the design of barrel. It's a brutal thing to play against, but it's much weaker than it used to be, and you don't see it very often. But when you're up against barrel day one, you just kind of lose. Like Pig cannot get a weapons or a damage board together on day one like everyone else can, so we just kind of can't get through that much shield, which is fine. I know Terrible used to be so broken. It's definitely much more balanced now. And I don't feel like it's a hard win against anybody but Pick. Defense grid becomes valuable much later, especially if we do well at health stacking. But we would much rather not only fish for a weapon skill, but also maybe fish for a health stacking skill like Arms Dealer if that were available to us. We hard whiffed on the skills, as happens. Probably the shield is something we'll get a little more value out of. I mean, crit chance. This is very low crit chance. It's only on one item, and we really won't see value out of it until much later. But it is technically better than this because there's only 2 boards that we will ever have that will use shield. But we could get a shield item right now. That 20 shield might help us win day 2. So neither of the skills are anything we're excited about. So we play towards the next day. Okay, Flail gives us options. I'm a little hesitant to re-roll because we want to be saving money for scaling. Matchbox can be our whole board, but we would then have to be able to get a lot of activators and get some kind of scaling on our heals. So I don't want to spend too much money on this. I don't think she has Obsidian on day one. I've never seen anything Obsidian at bronze from her, so there's probably no point in re-rolling there. We can come back for it Luddle some other day. XP's really hard to pass up, but we would lose about half the fights. Maybe we go to JJ because if we can get away to Oregon Joe, then we can win the big fight. That's a very tough call. We don't have a ton of money either, though. We're gonna fish for the fight. We got Scrapper. We're not gonna beat Scrapper. We might get some coins, but we don't have enough to beat Scrapper, unfortunately, right now. Problem with Scrapper is that heal, and he starts 100 hit points ahead of us. And so, yeah, you have to be able to do about 300, 400 damage just to be on the right side of the fire. He gets about 3 or 4 of these off, so that's 180 plus the extra 100. So yeah, you have to do about 280 damage just to beat the repair bot, much less be ahead of whatever he's doing to you, and to his advantage that he starts the fight with. So we didn't even get 2 coins. That was deeply tragic, but that's fine. We kind of knew that was coming. Hopefully the apprentice isn't our weak fight. It's Crab. We should be fine against Crab. Yeah, I don't think I've seen enchanted items show up on her, but to be honest, how deep sea fishing am I if I'm going for not only an enchanted weapon on a reroll, but an enchanted weapon on a reroll on an item that we care about. Like, yeah, it's a little wish fulfillment. It's not the right play. The upside of Crab is the skill is incredible. And it's a 1 in 4. Max health is max health. It's not terrible. Okay. We have to get a board. We still don't have a scaler. Now we have a scaler. And we have Jabalian Longbow. Suddenly, we have a board, and it's not the one we had before. This is fairly decent day 2. We aren't as fast as Face Rush Vanessa with like a double barrel that with a double barrel that kills us before it needs to reload. But we're better than most everything else. So that was pretty big. We do have a friend, so we can pick up XP. It is a tough choice because Andy has and he has a decent chance of having rewards card, which we just kind of have to get at some point in order to get our econ game online. But we'll get it at bronze, and then that's going to be competing with all of our other upgrades in order to just stay competitive. So it'd be better to fish for that later and grab XP now. So if anyone has any questions, I know I'm just kind of mad talking out the plays, but I'm super happy to kind of explain stuff. 6 gold is probably too much to pass on. Generally, we go for the loot item because you want to pick up, you want to start picking up truffles as early as possible because that's where you dump your value on. And then if you have truffles and a rewards card, you've begun your late game pivot. You get to start stacking value that you can dump into a property. You could dump onto a weapon if you get this skill that allows us to convert weapon value into damage. You start having options. So we're a little broke and want to be in a really good spot to kind of aggressively fill this board tomorrow. We're going up against Vanessa. These are pretty weak. these are weak too. I'm not sure if those are better. Um, Unwashed Bird is kind of reject status. I'd rather get a little bit of damage out of Matchbox than 10 every 5. So, oh, I'm sorry. So yeah, one of the skills that will allow you to convert value on weapons to damage is Boar Market. It's available at silver, but I almost never see it at silver. I almost always see it at bronze. We're gonna lose here. Fortunately, he's got a pretty strong single weapon setup. Boy. It kind of sucks how much. I mean, how much hit points did she have over us? None. Oh. That's why that was so much stronger than I thought it should be. It's Turbo Silencer. She has a day 1 Turbo, day 2 Turbo Silencer. We're not going to feel bad about that loss. Okay. We're going to get Econ. Whiff, whiff. And now we're probably going to spend a decent amount of time shopping, trying to get a board together. Nothing but rewards card is some kind of econ. I'm a little nervous that we can't take Scout Trooper, to be honest. So we're going to go here. Also, honestly, we could throw Unwashed Bird back on our board, get rid of Matchbox, and do double scaler with weights with this board, and that's not terrible. That would hold us for a day. So, yeah. And also, he has a couple of big silver items, so he actually is a little better currency than the other guys because of that. Okay, we're going to grab the upgrade hammer. You get a lot of Ganjo, a lot of value out of an upgraded Ganjo, but literally you double your damage on Jabalian Longbow. So that's hard to pass up. I hate skipping over the health guy, but like we desperately need a full board here. We're about to get 2 more slots on our board, and we don't like the slots we have. Boomerang's not strong enough, but it's something. Do we have... We don't have a lot to sell off in case we would have to. I'm almost wondering if our board isn't ATM, which is objectively terrible, but then it gets a double cast out of Unwashed Bird, and that actually starts making Matchbox slightly menacing. Actually, we can't fit all that. Yeah, this is rough. I think we're gonna fish. Okay, cool. We don't have the tags for Chapeau to make any sense on our board. Golf Club kind of is just objectively terrible. Okay, we're gonna make what best we can out of this. I think we are fishing for a skill here. None of these upgrades are really going to be... So is this better? Because I'm not really getting enough heal for any heal, so I'm just kind of squeezing a little bit of value out of Matchbox. That feels bleak, but I think that might be true. And ATM does have the crappy skill we had to get on it. So I think we're doing this. We're going to fish for a weapon skill. There we go. Okay, what is best for us? So the only time you want leftmost is if you have Shadow Cloak. Shadow Cloak at Lottle allows you to Ganjo or whatever on the right side. But otherwise you want rightmost, because when you get your Lottle, you're likely going to do Grindstone, Ganjo, and at Lottle in between, and you want something to catch the damage on the left side of Ganjo. So unless you already have Shadow Cloak. Right-handed is better than left-handed if you get yourself into a square pigboard, and that's kind of looks like what might be our best pivot. So those are your options. You want to put it on flail because it's faster than longbow. It is a better vehicle for extra damage. And we're up against Vanessa again. We're up against Vanessa a lot lately. Weapons Vanessa has not fallen off yet. Let's see what I miss. Is Doggy, Regal Blade, or whatever the shield item that gets plus shield when non-weapons are sold good for mid-late game, or are they bait? They are... Wow, we have so much more damage than I thought we did. Did that not end super fast for anybody else? My board was not currently wrecked by a decent board, actually. That was very fast. I'm a little startled at how fast that was. I mean, we have strength on Flail, so Flail actually does a lot of damage right now for our level. And I think she just didn't have a lot of hit points. Anyway, sorry. So those are just high commitments. They're not bad, but they are very big commitments. And so you basically have to know... So sorry, real quick, I'm going to talk through. The only thing Herma has that would be good for us is Textiles. Textiles is a good stabilizer with Gonjo, but it's only good day 4 and 5. Up to day 4 and 5, so I'm not sure I'm fishing just for that. She also has Bushel, which is really strong days 1 through 3, but again, we're too late for that. We would rather go for Econ, even though it's burned us once and has now burned us twice. It also means that we are deeply incentivized to keep ATM in our stash because of all the extra income it is, so we're losing some stash space from that, but, you know. Okay, we'll go to JJ. So they just require a lot of scaling, so you have to be able to full commit to them pretty early. And by we're going to take Boomerang. We're going to get a little value out of it. Honestly, I think this is like starting to move to a full damage board. Even mid damage board is best, but we are not putting it in the rightmost slot because that is reserved for Flail. And so the only reason you'd want to commit to them is if you're getting double value out of them, right? I think we're strong enough for Prince. Sound off in the chat if you think this is a deep mistake. We do hit a lot, and he's better to like bonk than he is to like pitter patter against. But based on the last fight we did, I feel like we're okay here. You'd go for it? Alright. Silo's only led me wrong like 10 or 11 times, so... I'm just kidding, so if we lose here, it's objectively my fault. I kind of hate passing on the big fight. I feel like... Yeah, I almost always go for it just because, like, the more you keep taking the mid fight, just the more you keep falling behind on XP and power. This is really close. He's scaling harder than we are, and we have a long gap of time before our next damage. Okay. It was very close. That was uncomfortably close. You have said me straight before. So okay, let's talk about them. Let's talk about them independently because I think they're best taken one by one. Regal Blade and Arms Dealer is a broken combo. Arms Dealer gives you flat health for every time you buy a weapon, and Regal Blade gives you damage every time you sell a weapon. So those have such great synergy that if you have the two of them, you're going Regal Blade. You just are. If you have Regal Blade and Dreams of Jim, they don't pair well together on the board, but they pair well together in the scaling phase. So those are both pretty good. But if you get if you get Regal up to silver by day 2, and then you also see Weapons Vendor or Curio, then Regal Blade's a choice you can make and start going down into. You also have to have like rewards card or some kind of economy too. So yeah, Jesus, our skills lately, man. this, this is like heartbreaking.
There are a lot
Um,
of staircase, but it's beautiful up there.
yeah, this is bleak. So you have to have econ to do any of those items. And then for Regal Blade, you have to have more because weapons are considerably more expensive. Dog, you could get away with no econ because you could actually dodge going to shops and you could get like chocolate bars and whatnot. Dog now pairs really well with Ledger because Ledger gains value by you buying and selling. Is Gorgon tomorrow's fight? Am I gonna get face rolled here? I might. She's a lot of high poison damage. So the same incentives that make Dog good, which is going to gumballs, going to chocolate bars, etc., make Ledger good, which is selling a lot of items to gain value. So if you have a Ledger, Dog's good, but again, you got to make that decision a little early. Silk was good only when you could convert shield into damage, which was only during kind of the fixer meta. Yeah, I think we lose this fight, but we didn't choose this fight. We're not going to feel too bad about it. Yeah. That's fine. Yeah, definitely only if you have synergistic skills or items. Yeah, I probably should have talked out those skills. You're totally right, Silo. I'm sorry. I think I'm a little on tilt from the last game being so rough, and so I'm still kind of coming from that place, which I need to stop. It's not terrible of an idea to go deep sea fishing here for a random skill because we have so many and so few weapon skills. We have kind of a slightly better odd of getting one. I don't think you can get a silver skill from this. Curio, we're kind of at this point only excited about. We're going to kick Matchbox off our board as soon as we can, but I guess we would take Salamander Pup for 3 more fire on that. We would take. It's too late to have a knee brace on our board to get any real value out of it. We would go just for Shadow Cloak or a little bit of buy sell to put flat damage on Flail. So, but Shadow Cloak would be a pretty big upgrade because Shadow Cloak Flail does some serious. And we are just kind of fishing for a skill. So neither are super powerful. We'll just go looking for Shadow Cloak. We didn't get it. We'll take some flat damage and we'll leave without blowing our load on reroll. Okay. We did not improve our power level, so this is looking not great. We still have Boomerang on our board. We've just had a pretty bad run of vendors. It happens. So we're not behind on XP, but we're way behind on health in this fight. Way behind. Oh, he's a whole day. He's two. Wow, he's a day ahead. And he just had a pretty solid Flame Core board. Man, this is 2 in a row. This feels pretty rough. Thank you, everyone, for joining. We got Curio again. I think we probably fish for better. Nufu's bait. Nufu's very expensive. Our skill pool is very crappy. And Nufu is just, oh gosh, we don't like spending a lot on constant re-rolling though. We'll go to Kina, see if she's got anything for us. We're still trying to pick up some econ items. You never upgrade business card. The whole point of this item is it upgrades itself. You were just losing value if you upgrade business card. We're going to re-roll just generically hoping for I think marbles is obviously better than still having unwashed board on our board. We don't want any of this on our board, any of these two, but it's an upgrade. We're doing it. But we were fishing for rewards card there. We still pretty badly need rewards card. So I think this is correct. I have played enough Fixer games now to never want to have to play another for the rest of my life. Um, but we don't have any of the pieces to put together Square Pig. We don't yet have anything to start stacking value on a property. So even if we got something like Jim, and we don't have much econ going, so we can't like buy sell weapons even if we got a Jim. So we don't have a direction for pivot yet. Fixer gives you a little bit of an advantage in that you can wait a little while to put value on it because it puts value on itself. And then Fixer just has kind of a lot of different board states that it can move itself into. We're too broke to reroll. But now we know Econ Game is kind of how we're hoping to win. So, yeah. Question is, what board can we take? What fight can we take? Mod Squad might be a little tough for us. We're a little slow and they're a little fast. So we're going to do Duelist. I know there are a lot of good builds to do with Fixer, but they all require economy. But Ledger is perfectly fine. So Printing Duelist is terrifying because he just like does so much damage to you until you get him to half health, and you're like, oh my god, I'm losing. I lost this fight, and then he just kind of stops. So we're fine. I know that looked very close, but that was always going to happen. Okay, we're doing loot. We're hoping to get ourselves... Did we? Okay, for a second there. For a second there, I was deeply worried that we didn't have the space for it. I still hate that they did that. You used to have to grab your loot item, and you couldn't mess that up. And now you can for no good reason. No good reason at all. Okay. What's the best use of our Fixer? I think it's possibly Flail. Maybe it's not Matchbox. We do not have a Matchbox board. We just literally have not gotten another item that makes sense. We'll hold it for a second. We're day 5. We can still see bronze, so we'll hold it just a second just in case we see another bronze item. Don't want to have wasted it. Okay, it's really hard to pass up on XP. Kina could have... Yeah, I think we have to. We have to start building our late board. We kind of are okay losing all our fights. This sounds crazy. But the way Fixer works is you lose all your fights, you get your enchant, you put it on Fixer, and you have made sure to get all the pieces necessary for Fixer to then just run Rampage for the rest of the time. We don't want to. But it's not tragic if that's the pivot that you have ready to go. So it's one option, and that would mean that we'd want to go to Kina. The things we have to get going is we have to get a rewards card or ledger, and then we have to get balcony. We also would need to get Spike Shield or Subscraper sometime later. I think it's still correct to do... We're not exactly rich anyway, and we have a lot more purchase encounters. It's still correct to do the fight. I was trying to talk myself out of it to go shopping, but I think it's still correct to do the fight. But I do feel a little... here's the Mod Squad fight I didn't think I could take. So... But I do still feel a little bit of pressure to start getting econ together so that we can start getting Fixer some value. Okay. We got the vendor we want. That's fantastic. Let's see if he does us dirty. He did us dirty. What enchant is this? Double value. Okay. So Pig's Gem gives damage to your weapon equal to the value of Pig's Gem. It is enchanted with double value, which means every time you buy and sell a weapon, it's going to get twice as much. If we manage to get a rewards card or an activator, it's going to get twice as much value off of that. It means scaling it's much easier. It's still Gym, which has a lot of fundamental problems. Um, and it doesn't make things boring. That's also true. Um, yeah, it's tough to be honest with you. I am not entirely sure. Yeah, if we had econ game going, this would be obvious, but we don't. And we could stall a little bit without econ with Fixer, but we can't with this. We need to either visit every vendor in the world and get free value out of our rewards card, or buy sell weapons really fast, and we can't do either yet because we have no economy. Um, it's a super interesting enchant. I don't think it's the play. We're gonna stick around and try to slug it out with Fixer. We also haven't even seen an it level. We've had 2 runs in a row where we are having pretty bad vendor luck that will hopefully break. But maybe we don't bank on, fishing the weapons out of the ether. What is this madness? So yeah, he's scaling damage on the value of Seashell. Oh, that's going to be very close. Nice. Okay, it's always nice to occasionally get a shitty fight. They're doing something interesting. Yeah, I know I'm pretty weak otherwise. But again, we aren't terribly afraid of losing fights right now. With Fixer, our game plan, I mean, we're kind of aiming for a 7-win run right now. We just don't have the sauce happening to do much else. Okay, it's a board upgrade. We got to take it. I'm not sure. The question is, do we upgrade it? We can still keep upgrading Fixer with money, or I could get Fixer to gold really fast, but we don't have any other pieces of Fixer, so I think we're going to keep Crook and upgrade Crook. In which case we re-roll here and we'll mortgage the farm if we get a better weapon to go on this board. We didn't. That's fine. Okay, so we're going to upgrade Crook. And now, with rightmost, if we get it Lottle with Ganjo where it is, we are actually where we normally want to be on day 6 with it Lottle. Unfortunately, we just have too many losses, so we can't be a permanent square pig board unless it's insanely high rolls. But picking up at Lottle would mean that we're just like in the right place to stumble along until day 10. Probably just until we get our enchant. But it would be good for us to have some stability while we work on the Fixer pivot. So it's a good pickup. It's a very good pickup. I wouldn't say it's lucky. I think we're still pretty deeply unlucky right now for our shops, but it is offsetting some of that, so that's great. Okay, we got ATM, which I think we're supposed to hold on to if we can afford to with the board space, just because we get the extra econ out of it because we've gotten too open for businesses. Do I weapon cycle with Curio right now? I don't think I do. I'm not going to be wasting money on cycling unless it's putting damage on a net Lottle. So I'm actually just going to fish for money. Cool. Forklift means money. Yeah, we're going to sell the ATM. Put the flat damage on your fastest item, or at Lottle if you have it. Yep, cool. It's not terribly wrong to go to pull day 6 to start fishing for Subscraper. It'd be a pretty hefty investment right now, and we have a little bit of time before we get to our enchant. But you'd actually want your enchant on Subscraper instead of Fixer if you can get away with it, because it gets so much more total value because it like multiplies the value across your board and then takes that value back. That it can just be its own weapon by itself with a fire or a poison enchant. That's 24 gold that bankrupts us and it skips a fight. And I'd rather the one thing we got going for us is that we're actually at a really good pace on our XP. So I mean, and we have a decent square board, and we have a gold crook. Not a decent square board, but a gold crook. We have boomerang on our combat board, so decent is a little ways off. The chat should be pulling in from YouTube also. I don't think, at least the little widget that we have is telling me that I don't have any viewers over on YouTube. I did have some trouble pushing the stream to YouTube the last few times. But today I actually was checking as I was going live and it went through okay. So I think we are live on YouTube right now. It doesn't look like we are. Oh yeah, no, we're live on YouTube right now. So hi YouTube. I don't think I have any viewers there. Oh yeah, no, we're live on YouTube right now. So hi YouTube. Super sorry about that. I went to watch the YouTube but forgot that mine doesn't auto mute. These are the shenanigans of a professional streamer. Again, it is my very, very, very first week streaming. So sorry about that. But we're live on YouTube now, which is great. We also have Nightbot finally set up. If you want to see my cheat sheet for Pig that has like all the combat encounters or all the regular encounters and rates them, tells you what you get from them drop wise or whatnot, you can do ! guide. It also has a page that tells you like what we get at each level up, because sometimes I forget that. There you go. You can access the Pig Academy guide there. Okay. The question, I think we go strength. I mean, it would be deeply greedy to fish for heavy armaments, I think, here. Deeply greedy. Why am I thinking about it? I think we have to take strength. We have rightmost, we have strength, we have crook and Ganjo. We actually have Itlotl nuclear within 10 seconds on day 6, which is the benchmark by which you decide if your board is very strong. That's like a winning board. We just don't have Itlotl, so we're not strong. We don't have a winning board. But we have the oh god. So it feels like he somehow got a poison bootstraps. That he has managed to get poison on 2 items already? That's a little brutal. Okay. Don't really know what we do about that. Those weren't super scaled up for what they were. We literally just lost that because the poison enchants, so that's fine. We've had a couple impressive opponents. Okay. I think I, at some point, have to go for econ pieces. I kind of want to slow down on my XP because I don't want to hit my enchant and not have a board to use for it. So we actually have to start deep sea fishing. I keep using that expression for some reason. We have to start fishing. Okay, belt at least is a very large improvement on that POS. except not yet. I need to keep Boomerang on my board while it gets me something. Um, okay. Yeah, we need some kind of econ. That's two games in a row that I have gone to the shop quite a bit and have not come anywhere close to finding an econ item. Um, at Kev, honestly, you could get a lot of stuff but Spike Shield. We need the way to convert our shield into damage if we don't get a damage enchant. Yeah, I probably should have talked through that. I actually was just, we're kind of looking at every vendor hoping that we have something right now. We're kind of fishing. But Kev had a pretty high chance of Spike Shield would be the most obvious improvement we could get for him that would set us up for our pivot. But we have no value on a fixer, so a fixer pivot, even, yeah, a fixer pivot would be a little rough right now. Okay. Honest to God, do you know what I want right now? I want a Lion Cane. Right? I got the two pieces. I still gotta upgrade them a bunch. But these are the hardest pieces to fish for Lion Cane. We could do like an all-in Lion Cane build with properties kind of shoring us up. Um, Spike Shield is a placeholder. It lets you transition into fixer once you get your enchant, and it converts. It at least gives you a way to deal damage if the enchant you get is direct damage. Otherwise, you put an enchant on fixer and then you just can't use it yet, which is rough. Yeah, we are. Okay, weapons vendor. Just you know what? All right, let's call our shot, y'all. Feel it with me. I'm thinking. I'm thinking an Obsidian at level, right? That's normal. Um, yeah, I think that's correct. Uh, that's one Obsidian. She's flirting with us. She's telling us it's possible. Here it is. It's right on the next screen. Had to try. Had to hope. Had to dream. Oh my gosh. Okay. Maybe we'll get a truffle. Oof. Yeah, we've not seen it Luddle 2 runs in a row. We have not seen a ledger or a rewards card 2 days in a row, or 2 games in a row. We at least saw a crook this run, which is pretty cool. But this is a low probability run here of materializing into much. And if we lose here, we take the walk of shame. So, yeah, I don't see any way this board gets better with what we have. Yeah, that beats us. They beat us without the gold weapon skill, the start of combat haste, the pieces that are making this not just a good board but sing. Yeah. And we're at enchant phase and we just don't have anything worth enchanting. I know, this is 2 in a row, man. Yeah, for those tuning in for the first time that have not seen me playing this game at the level that I normally do, why are you here, man? Why do you trust this guy? This streamer is cracked. Every time she calls you old friend, you you feel a little bad. You're like, I don't see you that often. Okay, we got the right enchant. We're only 100 big moves away from that being useful. right there, right around the corner. Um, this random text will say he's usually better than this. Yeah, he's usually better than this. Okay,
Of course, the treasure's real.
we're going to Goldie. Um, if I had like obscene faith, I could grab Billboard so that it has a chance of leveling, so that we have better chances at property bear and stuff. That feels a little like hubris right now. God,
24
or we
hours
could just like keep going with the board that is not going. Um, we are now nuclear on the model we can't find. That's the good news. The good news is all by itself, just a plain silver lottle on this board would be nuclear.
Hello, land.
Um,
Pleased to meet you.
okay.
Moving up in the
Okay. So we have a no value added fixer with no additional parts. But Phono to kind of juice Subscraper if we got that to add some value to fixer. So it's things. It's not a win, and it's like it's not going to win the day yet. I think we can take Vortex. So we have literally so many pieces that could at least make this like a day 8 through 11 board that would give us time to get the rest together. We're going to have to get rid of Boomerang and just keep our econ up because we have a lot of very expensive pieces to buy. Okay, it's very tragic to get our second enchant now. I guess we're going balcony and hoping for haste or slow.
Your things are so dull.
Haste to be ideal, slow to be second. Whoa, wait a second. Okay. That's not nothing. That's not nothing. The Pixar pivot must be real, I believe. Get from your lips to God's ears, my friend. We have very few pieces for it, but we just got one. What do you think? We just like chuck bonk next to it, hope the two play well together. Okay. Okay.
that doesn't work out for you. Come back for a refund.
I don't think we have quite the value to get any mileage out of regen, but I like the way you're thinking, Jay. Subscraper. I feel like we have to play that board right now, right? I'm not wrong that that's the board we're playing, not this board. This board doesn't win. If I, yeah, I'm not going to see another vendor. Like 44 fire damage is not a thing. What is this? With then a little bit of healing, like this would still only be like 100 something healing. Yeah, we can't do that. We gotta swing. B pivot. There it is, boys. Who's posting links? Is that Nightbot? Um, I'm sorry. Did Nightbot just says someone's starting to bug it? All right, I got to turn Nightbot off. I'm sorry. Give me a second. How do I remove Nightbot mod access? That is not cool. Um, I just added it today. I don't really know how to use it. How to remove Nightbot mod access Twitch. Um, so I got to go to Twitch. Really sorry about this, guys. I just added it. I think it has
Yeah,
auto
yeah.
mod.
Oh dear.
Oh gosh, why is my Twitch automatically playing noise? Oh, I'm sorry. I really do not want that thing to be muting people, and it warned somebody else earlier or something. It's really power hungry. It's running away with itself. Um,
He springs from inner stillness.
it, yeah, I'm really sorry. I don't. I just added it today. I don't know it terribly well, so I'm trying to figure out how I can get it to stop. Disable account. It doesn't feel like the correct way, but I think I might need to do that. Okay, let's see if that worked. I'll DM if Nightbot was set to moderate all XXX links. Hi, Alchan. Welcome in. I must have missed your message. I'm sorry. The Goose.com monster you mentioned, have you posted it and where can I find it? Oh, yeah. And somebody told you, yeah, it's exclamation point guide. So I think that's what Nightbot kind of got crazy about, but that's what he's there for, is to hopefully let you get access to it. So if you exclamation point guide, you should be able to get the link there. Reminds me of a decade ago trying to figure out a bot designated for MTG streams. I know, right? Okay, so who has feelings about this? We can't lose, but we can't win. Um, a 400 fire fixer does not a win make. Um, so do we hope the diamond square pig thing gets the right board? I mean, this is just one of those throws, unfortunately. Oh my God, post Nightbot just blocked Silo for 60 seconds. What the fuck is that? All right, how do I get rid of this? I have to. I'm so sorry. This has become what we're doing now. Um, one of my longest trusted viewers just got kicked out of my stream because this stupid bot has gone crazy. How to turn off Nightbot? Um,
I came to spread peace one sail at a
um,
time. But at this rate,
gosh darn it, I'm not seeing any good advice here. Um, One second, guys. Really sorry. I know this is kind of killing the entire everything about this thing. Unmod Nightbot. I think, yep. Backslash unmod Nightbot.
oh universe,
Okay.
give me the patience
So Silo, I don't know. I think it was 600 seconds. I don't know how to fix that. I am going to. Oh, God. This is a disaster. This is my very first week streaming, y'all, for those of you that are new here. So hopefully this disaster is entertaining. But the bots have taken over. Our AI overloads deeply dislike that Silo is helping our other users in the chat, and it is taken out on him with the vengeance. So hopefully that goes away very soon. We are unfortunately, in our second deeply terrible run back to back, we got a fire enchanted fixer that doesn't have a whole lot of hope of standing up on its own with only 400. This is terrible, but this is probably the best board we have. The square pig board just does not enough damage, so this is what we're going to do. We're about to lose. It is what it is. We'll go on with our lives and have a better run next time. We'll have Silo in here to talk about it by then. Very sorry. But there's a ton of you in here, and I'm super happy to answer any questions. Not that you're deeply inspired by the tragedy that is the current run to believe that I have the answers, but I'm still really excited and eager to hear y'all's feedback. So this is one of the big problems with Fixer early, is that you have no responses to crowd control. And so an early Fixer can just kind of be ruined by slows alone. We don't have any haste. Yeah. We got the freeze on the right item, but yeah, we're gonna lose here. That slow's just taking our lunch money.
Fall like a boulder.
What was his crit chance? Because yeah, okay, that's fair. Because he crit every single swing, but that was 76%. He was more likely to do that than not. Okay, well, sorry y'all. That was a really bad run again. I think what usually happens, I mean, a couple things are happening here. One, oh god, 800. Oof, brutal. One is that I still learning how to like make good decisions as I'm talking out loud. Still my first week, and so that's kind of struggling there. And two, I think once you like have a bad run in front of an audience, it's really hard not to go on tilt. So I'm going to shake it off. You know what we're going to do? We are going to go for a slightly less professional run and try to go into the memes this time. And to kind of shake everything off and get back into the groove. Oh, it's already 2 a.m. So this is might be my last run of the night. We'll see how we go. But we're going to go with an enchanted item instead of like the correct option, which is to almost always go for the money. At the start of each hour, spend 2 gold. The buff is now free. So, okay. That's taking the money with extra steps. We're going Fiery Tusk Helm, which is terrible. This is why you don't do that, by the way, in case you're wondering. This is generally why you don't go for the enchanted item. But we're going to make the best of it. Fiery Tusk Helm for the win. We're just going to get an outrageously strong Fiery Tusk Helm. Silo, I hope you are back in the game and able to chat with us. That was 102. Oh, it's not 2 o'clock. It's 1 o'clock. That was 102, and he timed you out for 10 minutes. I don't know how to undo that, but I will have to figure that out. I'm sorry. It's great when the bots are trying to kill your stream, you know? Settings. Not really seeing easily where I can add people. Okay, I'm going to do a ton of research on that tonight and make sure that that doesn't ever happen again and that I know how to respond to it and actually do the mods and stuff. Again, I'm really, really sorry. That the stupid bot is on a war rampage. Okay. I really want to upgrade our Fiery Helm because memes and because that's the game we're playing, but we do need a board. We do actually have to go shopping someday. This is not it. But it's not it. Okay. That's mid day one. Not the worst, not the best. I don't think upgrading, I mean, the flaming is just a terrible enchant because he's so slow. It's just never gonna stack. I think probably doubling our Jabalion longbow damage is actually pretty good chance of winning day one. Not against, you know, double barrel shenanigans, but most things. So she gets a toxic seaweed. Yeah, Vanessa's small item enchants are so much stronger, and she has a full aquatic board. Overwrite the timeout with a shorter one. I just don't know how to actually add timeouts in mods. It's my first week streaming, unfortunately. I generically just don't know how to do like the mod stuff, much less like through my OBS, or do I have to go into the Twitch thing? Every single day of streaming so far, I've found one thing that I'm deeply behind on, and I get it fixed by the next day. And then the next day, I find a new one. So this one's chat modding, which is cool. We will be good at it next time. Let's try. Let's try that. Okay, I timed you out for 1 second, Silo. Can you talk now? Yay! I was afraid I was just adding more time. He's back! Hi, Therion. Welcome, y'all. Okay, we've had a deeply tragic run, by the way, y'all. And so right now we are trying to be a little more memey to get our confidence back. So Bushel's actually really strong early right now. And I know you may have noticed that fixer pickup. I'm sorry, but that might be something we fiddle with. We're gonna see. We're gonna play a little different than we have been. Unfortunately, I did not give myself space to reroll, so we're just gonna add heal. And I guess strange mushroom. We're gonna take the gold. Very muses. I haven't seen stuff like that for a decade, but it's funny. So if anyone wasn't here, I had for a second, it's no longer active, a command where you could exclamation point to get like my written guide of all the monster encounters and whatnot. I can copy paste the link in the chat if anybody cares about it. But somebody had asked about it, and Silo helpfully did the exclamation point guide to get it, and it must have been one too many times, and Nightbot got mad at him and timed him out for 600 seconds. The bots are taking over, y'all. I don't think we do barely beat Rogue Scrapper. This is more damage than his damage and shields combined, and that's, yeah, we beat Rogue. The bot didn't think it was very helpful. There's a reason why I'm deeply worried about the hard, aggressive pivot towards AI. As much as it sucks to throw away the enchanted item we got for our start, I don't think this helm is doing anything at all. So it's lovely fire damage that falls off in exactly 1/8 of its total cast time. I know, it's not AI, it's just an algorithm. I'm just saying. I'm actually in IT for a living. I'm not a Luddite, but there is a lot of talk, like they think, like some of these folks think they're inventing God, And that gets me a little nervous, given who's the folks who are doing the inventing. It's a little late for succulents. Boomerang's not doing much. We need something better here. And we also have to fish for rewards card. So that's what I'm keeping in mind on the total money we're spending here. Okay.
Buyer's remorse never. Be remorseful.
I got a bit of a whiff. Okay, that's fine. $30 more damage on bushel, or damage, 30 more heal on bushel might just be the fight when, even though the real, like, if, and that's guaranteed, versus the risk of trying to fish for, like, a gancho. And we have no money, so I don't know. We could sell a little bit, but this is the play. Fixer believer. I'm just putting it there to have options. We haven't seen a rewards card in 2.5 games, so like 2 straight games of no ledger, no rewards card. So fix that is like legitimately part of the build. Looks like Dooley's about to take our lunch money. Holy cow. Yeah. There's no winning here. So that's fine. Honestly, we were deeply behind and are only still in this at all because Bushel is very strong now. Yeah, Cello, I have to figure out chat stuff. Again, it's my first week. I really gotta spend some time to figure out chat stuff, and there's definitely some of you that are, getting some higher permission tier access. Those of you who've been with me for a while now, showing up every day, like at least the ability to not get kicked out of my chat by a bot. This is the bare minimum that we have to kind of bake into that. So I will work on getting that set up.
Make me proud.
We'll fish, see if we flail's a little weak. Gosh, that's even upgraded is terrible. Flail's a little weak without a scaler. We still don't have a scaler. I'm not going to get disheartened, y'all. Yeah, the point of this run was to try to get our spirits back up because we've had a couple of bad ones. We're going to be fine. We can't take her, right? I could have if I grabbed Flail, but we don't hit fast enough. Her shield's going to build up and she's going to beat us up. So I think we have to go to Rogue Scrapper. Our weapons are just too slow. So with her, it's not even about as much damage as you deal. It's about how fast you deal your damage. So we got a lot of folks watching. Welcome. Super happy you're here. I'm honestly, it's hard not to be a little embarrassed when you start having like a bad sequence of runs. We have VODs up on Twitch where we can prove that we've had some pretty outrageously ridiculous runs with some good streams of success. I swear I've played Pig before. But I'm really glad you're here. I'm really up for answering any questions y'all have or just any chatting. You have random thoughts on life? I'm up for it.
About motivation, you gotta know what you're fighting for.
Yeah, I set up Nightbot so it could do the commands, but I think I also gave it mod permissions because when I was looking up a video, like you know, I'm literally learning this by YouTubing it, right? Some of this is a little bit out of my current expertise. Um, I started 6 days ago, so I'm just learning by watching YouTube videos, and they're like, "Oh, you could turn it on, and it'll help keep cursing and that kind of stuff out of your chat." And I'm like, "I don't know if I want it, but that sounds fine." And then it went on a rampage. The AI got loose. So I will figure out how to reinstate it so it gives the exclamation point commands because I find that totally useful, but just doesn't have any mod permissions. So, in fact, it might still. We took away its mod permissions and I didn't delete it. So let's see if I do exclamation point guide. Yeah, so Nightbot's still working on the guide. Actually, we fixed it. We fixed it. So okay. Yeah, bad streaks do totally happen. Thanks, man. But I know I'm more valuable when I'm kind of talking through my decision making tree and gameplay, so I'm going to go back to that. Even if we're not exactly getting the nuts, we'll kind of talk through how we make sense of what we have. You'll hear me say it every time we see him, but Nufu's bait. He's just outrageously expensive, and our skill pool is really crappy, so Nufu is just kind of never gets good. I wouldn't normally love paying the reroll cost, but we have next to nothing as a board right now. Yo-Yo could be shenanigan. I guess Yo-Yo is slow right now, is all it is. But at least that's an activator for Bushel. Our damage is just bleak. We unfortunately need an in-combat scaler, or like our board doesn't come alive. But we are positioned to take either Ganjo, which should pair up well with Bandages and Jabalion, or you know what? I am going to grab Yo-Yo because if we get weights, Yo-Yo will suddenly become valuable. And unfortunately, we don't have. That's not going to be an option. We aren't going to get the upgrade from Prospero. So have to figure out what we can make do with. There's not a lot of value out of upgrading. I mean, we could get another second on our Marble Slow. It's not terrible, but it's the damage problem right now that's the real problem. I guess upgrading Boomerang, is that 30 or 40 at silver? It's just 30 at silver. Can't imagine both weapon slots for that. So don't have a lot of good options. Prospero has a couple of weapons that he sells. None I think are going to be great for us. Briefcase is one of them. Yeah, bit of a whiff. So this is going to be another day that we just kind of can't put anything together. We're having some pretty bad shop luck. I'm not entirely sure what I said about the GSSM or GSMM. I got the acronym wrong, and then all the vendors got together and were really mad at me about it. So I need to write an apology letter to Midsworth, and then we'll be back on track. But there is a pig that actually has a in-combat damage scaler. So there is very little chance that this comes our way. And we also start with less hit points. So Jabal doesn't get triple cast on the hit, and he fully heals. So yeah, we lost this fight. That's fine. I'm going to step away for 2 seconds while this plays out. I'll be right back. You like card? I like card too. We just I like business card a lot. We didn't have the choice. We had only enough gold to get a mid-size silver item, and we had two vendors in front of us before the day, and we had to put a board together. That wasn't about me not liking business card. I think business cards fired. That was just about us desperately trying to put together a board by day 3 combat. Now we have 3 losses. We have to go to day 13, even if suddenly we pivot into some miraculous board. A very, very good square pig, or a very, very good Matchbox can't even make it that far. So just a square pig that sees all the highlights can get there, but we're now 100% property. Like that's what's in front of us. So we're spending a little bit more money. There we go. We got Kanjo to get it online a little bit faster. And we're going to be aggressively going to the vendors to try to find ourselves a rewards card or a ledger so that we can start value stacking as soon as possible. We now don't care about the next couple fights. We do, but we don't. It is significantly less important to win the next 2 than it is to get our pieces. So there's 1, but it's at bronze.
That doesn't work out for you. Come back for a refund.
Okay. We got Ganjo. This is probably stronger. I mean, that's a little bit of damage. And if that's the case, Bushel's faster. And if Bushel's faster, that's the better sequence. Okay, so that's not a godforsakenly terrible board. I wonder if we want Boomerang on, depending on the fight. I don't think we could get away with Boomerang, unfortunately, in most cases. No, it doesn't reset the count. It does not reset the count. We are going to have Fixer on our board when it hits Diamond. Like, that's how bad we are, but also how much we are just going to move into that pivot as soon as possible, so that we don't have to waste any resources trying to get this board up to speed. We kind of know, like, the next couple of days are iffy no matter what we do, and if we try really hard to win them, then we're not going to be pivoting into Fixer correctly. You'll see a lot of day 5, day 6 Fixers that are just a really crappy board, and you think that person doesn't know what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing. They're throwing on purpose because that throw means that they have a better chance of winning later. So I think we can take... I think we're better with Bushel. We're definitely better with Bushel. I think we can take this fight. A Hexa with this board? Yeah. The trick about a Hexa is you have to take all small items off your board. If Virus destroys a small item, it gets significantly more poison damage, and it gets it on both of them, and then she just kicks your teeth in. If you have no small items, you're really just playing against a regen, and you just have to outdamage your regen. Which we have some in combat scaling, so hopefully we do. Probably a mistake to go Bushel over Boomerang in terms of our scaling. Yeah, I think that was a mistake. Hopefully it won't be the run for us. Timing? It didn't matter. We would have lost that anyway. Oh, brutal. She got a lot more regen than I remember her getting without destroying any of my items. So, sorry, y'all. This is a little cursed. But we did at least. We have 2 pieces now, and I didn't have Fixer in the right spot. Okay, we now have 2 pieces. Right. That's why that's not going. And so what's our current board state going to be? Those and maybe this. And then I can fiddle around with the positioning later. So we don't need Yo-Yo. And that'll get us Ledger.
I think you're really gonna enjoy
Okay,
that.
so that's our state. We can't afford re-rolling at middle. Would also be enough to upgrade it with its passive. It only appeared to upgrade once, but exiting the main menu and going back will show it upgraded twice. Yeah. Yeah, Fixer was a double upgrade there for sure. Okay, cool. We are going to upgrade rewards card here. Again, unironically, our play now is to be more powerful with an enchanted fixer. um, like to kind of take an enchanted fixer into battle late and start picking up wins later. So we're playing a very backwards game. We just again, yeah, I'm a little off. I am going to rewatch the VODs and see if I can find some kind of horrendous mistakes that I'm making along the way, because there has to be some for me to have 3 tough runs in a row. This is pretty aberrant. We should have something on the other side to catch. But we're just trying to get as strong of a position as possible, so that when we get the enchant on Fixer, we can start making some sense out of it. It's still day 4, yeah, but we have 3 losses in a row, no board. I won't win against anything here. We're not winning here. That's not what this board is doing. Yeah, this fixer isn't operational. We couldn't invest more into the board that we had because we're already like cash starved, etc., etc. We have to just start pivoting into getting fixer ready by about day 5 or 6. That's what we're doing. So an early fixer usually needs itself spike shield, so we're going to fish for that. By 5 or 6, we could also start going to the heal lady and to stuff like that to maybe get another value item as a pickup. Ryan literally has nothing that would upgrade our build. Again, Ryan has 10 items, so it's pretty easy to kind of keep track of what he can and can't do for you. The main reason Orion's really strong, though, is because he has Crook as well as his 10 items, so it's very consistent. If that's a board state, that'll help you. It's not for us. Ganjo being upgraded would be helpful, though. So we're going to do that, because that's can be part of the build state. And then we might be ledger cycling. I think we're still better kind of hunting and pecking for pieces, because we need balcony still. We need spike shield still. All right, we're going to do the business card. It'll add up. I don't think we can afford the reroll. All right, skill upgrade. That one's not terrible. We can't really waste any money right now.
But I'll keep you as long as I can.
Was this the better, more likely to win the fight? Yeah.
Moving up in the world.
Hey, welcome so much.
Online sometimes has joined the Goose Mafia.
Hi, online sometimes. Thank you so much for joining. I really appreciate you coming in. You know, I'm feeling all sorry for myself here, but I have quite a few people that are coming to watch me on my 6th day of streaming right now. I have followers, I have friends. You guys are tolerating really terrible consecutive runs. The important stuff's going right, man. So we would like to get out of the spiral with 1 loss in us, is the dream. because you're gonna lose again because there's always somebody stronger, right? But we're still okay with one more loss right now without feeling terribly broken up about it. That said, um, small items, rewards card. Trying to think of what we can get from Andy here, or if we just get some free money. I think we could get a rewards card upgrade. It's probably worth fishing. Matchbox can actually. I mean, we have no scaling on it or anything, but Matchbox can sometimes help with shenanigans on a fixer board. It allows you to use pieces and skills that are like small item, charge large item when you burn, like when you burn freeze for 3 seconds, which we already have. So cool, we'll grab it. We're just all we're really doing is we're widening our net and keeping options as open as possible, for the chance that like a pivot or something comes along that makes a lot of sense. That's going to get us kind of back on our feet. Not what but has already been from the chat. The cool thing, Silo, is you get to hold that against me forever. Sold Signet Succulents to roll mid there as Spiky Shield. You're not terribly wrong, but he's not a vendor who usually has it. He has every single item we have. So mids, what's her name? The Minotaur chick, the weapons lady, and the Kev are the ones that you'll see Spike Shield on with any kind of regularity that is actually worth sacrificing for. Everyone else is, you're kind of deep praying. Okay. Yeah, we aren't really in pretense of this being competitive. This is a loss. Oh, middle on end of day 4? I don't remember that. Okay, then that was definitely a mistake. Froze the wrong item. You're definitely my first mishandled mod issue. I don't know enough to mod yet. Okay. This is going to be a 0-win run, it's starting to feel like. Because we got to start picking up some pieces. Nice shirt. Oh, thanks. The TheGooseFathr shirt. It's not my particular logo, but it is just my wife got it for me. That's actually where the name came from. Is the goose? My cat is a little. How do you say? She could give or take everyone else in existence, and kind of like thinks I'm the only thing that exists. And so my wife likes making jokes about how much like it's just me and her against the world. And so for a birthday a long time ago, she got me a shirt that said "Talk to me, Goose." And then she found this shirt and got it for me, and then that was kind of when I'm like, you know what, I really like that moniker. Did I do that after the fight? Did I not get the value on? Yeah, this is that talking whiffing thing. Okay, I think we could get rid of Bushel. We really need to grab ourselves Spike Shield. I think Succulence is gone. And we kind of need to make enough money to start buying because we need to get Diamond. We need to hit Diamond today, hopefully. Gosh, re-rolling 6 though. Can I mortgage the house to buy anything on the other side of that? Not really. We have 9. Buying a property at 12. Oof, that doesn't feel very good. And really, what we'd be looking for, since we already got balcony, is subscraper, and subscraper is gold only. We definitely can't afford a gold, so that is a actually easy pass. Go to Quixel. What are we looking for? We need to value stack. We need XP, but we may not win the fight. So yeah, I think we go shopping just because we can't even guarantee we win a fight there. That's nothing. We'll spin for the reroll. No, that's nothing. Yeah, I'm not super confident in my choices right now. A little on tilt. It's okay. What's our ledger at? Always check your ledger before you sell anything. That is deeply hard to remember a lot of the times. And we'll see if we can win. Oh, we got Dire Mosquito. Cool. A fight made for me. My God, my view count is going up. I I don't understand. Silo and I had some just outrageous 10-win Jim Pig shenanigans. We had a Lottle critting for 4,000 damage, and then like the run that I'm starting to feel self-conscious about. Like we got people showing up left and right, man. Thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it. This is my first week of streaming. It's hopefully all uphill from here. I don't get to say that anymore after tomorrow. Tomorrow starts week number 2. And we're slowly getting tiny tools here and there. Our new tool today was Nightbot, which went rogue and muted Silasorius for 10 minutes because Silo was helping somebody in the chat. So we're still having some shenanigans, which are fun. But please pop in the chat, ask me any questions that you want. Put that on me after you handed me for 10 minutes. I think we go to Prospero. I think we have enough money, but eating contest is unironically good because we would get some ledger sales, which gets some value on a fixer. I think this is correct because we're way more likely to sell that over Signet. But we have... Okay, wait. What are our actual improvements here? Subscraper doesn't help us win today. Nothing's going to help us win today except Spike Shield. Just a way to convert our shield to damage. We don't have enough money for Subscraper anyway. And... yeah, it's eating contest. We're gonna have to put the enchant on fixer because we're just not gonna have enough time to squeeze into sub by the time we get the enchant, or by the time we get the lost enchant. We will then hopefully get up to day 10 to get the final enchant on sub, and then we have a double enchant build, and we're actually like shiny. We're not going to waste any gold on Andy. We're going to get a free shield item. Had a chance at a spike shield, pretty low, but, you know, it's a chance. And then we got to take this monstrosity into battle. Not even diving yet. That's fine. So today is when we get our enchant, and we have to pull it around tomorrow. Yeah, rewards card upgrade was the only thing, but we just have so much. Are the new cards needed for Pig to have a good time? No. No. First of all, we're not having a winning time, but we're having a good time. We're free to play. We are always free to play. We will, if he changes the business model to where I can dump money to have some silly visual effects here on the screen for you, we might partake in that. But as long as you can purchase power, we're not going to spend a penny on the game. And I will always have the same drawing board as my audience because I kind of want to be new player friendly. So unfortunately, you're looking at a bleak run, so it's not incredibly convincing. But you are looking at what free-to-play gets you. And we aren't even facing people that have the cards right now. Like, very few people have the cards. Yeah, there was a hot second where... Ooh. Okay, for those of you that don't know, I mean, investment pitch has the diamond thingy around it, so you're probably going to investment pitch anyway because it looks shiny and fun. It is shiny and fun. Investment pitch has double the value of your leftmost item, which is one of like the most powerful things you can get on a property thing. Unfortunately, we're pretty early along, so that's not doubling a lot of value, but that's still huge. Now we have the property guide. Maybe we could get ourselves a subscraper here. And if we did, we might want to put the enchant unironically on subscraper. Okay, balcony. Let's just make sure we still have enough more. Yeah, we have business card to sell. Make sure we have enough to buy sub if it comes up, because that is, yeah, that would be a pretty big difference. Where are we on? So we have to spend 6 more before the day's up. And we really need to find ourselves a spike shield. We can live without it because, well, maybe not. If we don't get the damaging enchant, we can't live without it. So we are a little desperate to find that. And we're going to have one more combat without the enchant anyway. So, okay. Yeah, there was a hot moment where VIP access was, the freeze stuff was pretty shenanigan-y, and you could do some decent damage with it. But it actually makes Square Pig less consistent because there are quite a few square items. So now middle becomes less likely to have the items for you. And Square Pig is our most consistent power build. And so it definitely, since they nerf them, the packs make Pig weaker right now. Okay. So upgrade silver lower. Ledger or rewards card? You can get more out of Ledger if you're aggressive with it. But rewards card's kind of safe and passive value. Any votes? We see a gold rewards card all the time, but Ledger's kind of new. Maybe we just do Ledger for the lulz. Yeah, I think this is a misplay. So we're doing it. That is a higher technical ceiling play, and so usually if you're like not confident in your game plan, you wouldn't do that, but we don't care about that kind of stuff around here. Chili Charles is so he's a little bit of a damage cap, and you have to poke that damage through all of this freeze. He's got a lot of heal, he's got a lot of shields. It's not guaranteed we beat him. The one reason we feel a little confident is that we are going to outshield him by quite some bit. In which case we will probably just try to win this thing in the sandstorm. I mean, we will win this thing in the sandstorm. That's our game plan right now. Yeah, the cold room was brutal. And had some, but it was inconsistent. Like, it was very hard to get everything you needed for that run. So I think it was very, very, very powerful and overtuned. Honestly, Icy Hammock would be really big right now. You can dream. It was definitely overtuned. Wait. Yeah, always check your ledger before you sell. And Spike Shield, Isla, Bueller. So we need to spend 8. That's just rude, Isla. That's just rude. I am going to write a letter to your manager. Okay. We're just taking the upgrade there just in case there's some reason to not go to the vendor this round. Midsworth has a chance at Subscraper, so we'll probably go. But we could theoretically have. We could. No, I don't think we're going to Midsworth. I think we're cycling chocolate bars to get value. Because we'll get it directly for this fight. We are seeing if we can stall ourselves into victory right now, which is deeply unlikely. But you know, we do 600 shield every 3.6 seconds. There's a dream. We have a little bit of scaling. Okay, again, we're totally planning on losing here and then getting our enchant and then seeing if we can go from a 1 Ren to how deep we can go, right? We started planning on that on day 4, to be clear. That's not just like sour grapes. That was like the run was already cursed. We just decided this is what we're gonna set ourselves up for. We lose because it's poison, so that's fine. Yeah, if we had Spike Shield here, we'd be golden. Alrighty. Come on, poison or fire. That is neither. Alright, y'all. We have like a 2 and 10 here. Whiff. Haste. Haste is kind of good for a Spike Shield run. So now we just have to do everything we can to find ourselves a Spike Shield. We kind of have no game plan without it. Middle's an okay shot. Yes. Okay. 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 We're live. We're live. That was pretty cool. This is by no means powerful, our setup, but we get to start building options. Okay. Okay. Better. Better. It's not clear it's better quite yet. We're going to wait. Yeah. Fixer is still ahead, but if Fixer gets slowed, we have no starter combat haste. Okay, this is okay. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I'm still thinking if I should get Pig or Dooley as my first character. I like scaling and synergy stuff. I'm going to read Gats real quick and then get back to that because I have lots of thoughts. When you play Fixer later in, do you always opt for Diamond Phono if available over Balcony? No. Double value is... It depends on your enchants. Welcome!
Chira has joined the Goose Mafia.
Welcome, Chira. Thanks so much for joining. Gosh, I have so many of you today. That's fantastic. I'm so happy you're here. If you like a lot of micro-long scaling, go Pig. Yeah. There's some of that is the answer. I will answer more thoroughly there in a second. But in terms of do you always opt for Diamond Photo over Balcony, I rarely do, to be honest with you. It depends on how you're getting your damage from. If your Fixer is on fire or something like that, and you are scaling Subscraper to the moon, and you get to get a ton of value onto your Fixer, then cool, you could go Phonograph. But most of the time, like, you just aren't pumping enough value out of Fixer unless you're doubling up its value. Phonograph is usually for your Subscraper, to speed up your Subscraper's cast, because Balcony doubles Subscraper's value after it dumps its value onto everything, so it doesn't give you double usage. So there's no point in putting it on Subscraper. You want to put it on something else that Subscraper then picks up the value back from. Subscraper is a little silly and complicated. So we have properties or shield skills, but we really want to find a way to just like get a bunch of shield on our board so we can close it out really fast. So The shield skill vendor is actually pretty powerful if we are going spiky shield for this skill specifically. I think there's one more also. And we're going to hopefully get some level ups on this so that the first time it goes off and then it hates spiky shield and spiky shield immediately goes after. Once we get a lot of value on it, that has a chance to be an instant closeout to our fight. So that's our combo. But post bonk, I'm leaning into only while it's diamond. Yeah, I mean, there's some uses for it. I definitely have times when I use it. But we're really low value right now, so we don't have those kind of luxuries. So, okay, should you buy pig or should you buy dually? Guess what kind of answer you're going to get from me. So pig, we actually have a really good board to demo the answer to that question. Pig is the most fiddly character in the game by miles. Right now, if I want to, so I can go to middle and hope for an upgrade to these two, but honestly, it's not power for this fight, so I'm not going to. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to eating contests so I can get chocolate bars, and I'm going to do that because Subscraper is converting value into power for us, into shield, which this then smacks him with, right? And so I have Ledger, which every time I sell 10 things puts value on other things. So in order for this to be effective, I need Subscraper here next to Ledger whenever I sell things. So it has to keep leaving my stash and come up next to Ledger. On top of that, anytime I go do a vendor, I want it to the left of rewards card because it gets value from rewards card. On top of that, anytime I go to somebody like Curio, I may have to put it on my board because Curio has items that put power, value, whatever, onto your leftmost items. If I get a feather, if I get a whatever, and I want to put the cooldown reduction on a fixer, it has to go back to my board. If I'm about to go into a PvE fight, I might want to swap out one of my items for my boomerang, which, by the way, it's pretty hilarious. How often I forget to do that. That's actually, we're going to make that a meme if I figure out emotes and, become a real streamer boy pretty soon here. We're going to make memes about how often I forget to put boomerang on my board, but you have to put boomerang on your board for your PvE fights in order to get the free loot that you get out of boomerang, etc., 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 ad nauseum. Unlike most other players where you show up to a vendor and you decide, does this make me more powerful? And then you leave the vendor, and then you show up to the next vendor, right? And that's your decision tree. And that's your action tree. We have to say, is my board in the correct state to go shopping? Is my board in the correct state to sell things? Is my board in the correct state for a PvE fight? Over and over and over again, right? Every single thing you do in the game, you probably should be thinking and be paying attention. Really quick, we're not in a super duper race for level 10. I mean, we need to start getting some experience so we're not so far behind on hit points because this is tragic and that's probably going to lose this game at some point. But Bouncitron does consistent damage and I just don't know how strong I am yet, so that's a threat, that's a question, that's a maybe. But also Cosmic Croc has cooldown reduction and that is our, I talked myself into it. We're a CDR build now. We are focusing as intensely as we can on cooldown reduction because when everything is working perfectly for us, the biggest issues that we have with this build is that it still takes us 3 seconds to come online, even when we're really powerful. So cooldown reduction is most important. So I am insanely far behind. Yeah, no, we're very far behind. For so many reasons. this has been this has been another tragic run, but we're fine with it. This is a day of tragic runs. So we could go gumballs here just to put value on. We're really poor. I just don't know what we're buying. The only thing I want from the world right now that I'm willing to cash out my business card for is Subscraper. I wouldn't mind a photograph upgrade or a balcony upgrade, but they're not legitimately real power, and I actually do not want a photograph upgrade right now until I get more CDR on Fixer, because Fixer has to go off before Spiky Shield, and I don't want to screw that up. But we might need value for later things. So we're just going to go, not re-roll, leave. get a little bit of value from our rewards card. Haste is deeply mid for us right now. There's because we already have it, and there's no. We're just gonna take the free item actually, and some cash. Okay. And I'm not sure I'm making the best choices right now. I kind of know I'm in my head, and I'm also talking. But so that will is always that even McCrud. So that will probably convince most people to not. Oh my god. Well, that's the run, folks. It's been fun. It's been real. It hasn't. Oy vey. How are we? Yeah. No, we're dead. Oh my god. Okay. Well, we were pretty sure that was tragic. All right, it's 2 a.m. I got time for at least one more game. This one we are going to. Oh my god, 872. God, this is. I could cry. Okay, this one we're going to try hard. We intentionally chose the enchant item knowing it was weak to try to play around on this game and mix it up a little bit. We knew that that was not the most aggressive way to do the run, and we got an enchanted whatever the helm thing is with fire damage, and it's a 10-second cast time. It was a pretty brutal enchant, and still the best of the enchant options available to us. So we're going to play a legit straight up game, talk our way through, make sure we're making good choices. Pretty easy to dodge B1, B2. Oh wow. Oh wow. Okay. It is possible that the world is going to that we're going to get our luck back. That Stella just hit a groove. Opening up with Gonjo and Bushel, these are actually our two most powerful items. Not the two most powerful together, but our two most powerful starting items. Pretty cool. Doesn't really a board make because we're still going to need some damage. Can we survive Viper with this board? I think we can. Yeah, we definitely can. Yeah, it's pretty good. I'm going to run to the restroom real quick while this is going. I was thinking of taking a break, but I'm just gonna do it during this fight and be right back.
It's all about motivation. You gotta know what you're fighting for.
Okay, I'm back. So those are two of our most powerful items, but they actually aren't a good day one board. They will be on a good day two board, but they aren't a good day one board for two reasons. One, we kind of wanted to, if we could have gotten away with it, picked up a toy, a friend, or a food. And for some stupid reason, Bushel is not a food, even though I see lots of food. So that because between now and the end of day two, we need to get the tiny furry creature encounter and choose the XP option so that we get our second level by the end of the next day. So that's one. Two, we auto lose to poison or shield boards with just a heal. So you like two complete board states that you cannot beat just means that you can't get away with playing that. But both of those items independently are very, very powerful. We're going to go to Quixel and hope to find our rewards card. We didn't find anything. We're not going to reroll. We might reroll the next vendor. JJ's cheaper for the reroll anyway. Okay, this is pretty solid. This is really solid. We are scaling both heal and shield at the same time. we are scaling Fang. We got a lot of econ, a lot of options. I might grab Dog for the chance of scaling it. This is one of those starts where I'm at a really good start. I have econ. I have a board that's already like self-positioning for later. I can start investing in something that could pop off, could not. We don't know. Dog will require us to get it to silver, but I'm gonna grab it with the hopes, with the prospects. It's not a bad. So on Pig, the econ start is best to get. Yes, categorically yes. The Our skills are the worst skills in the game, and they're very bloated pool. More than half of the skills are just useless for all of our powerful boards. And so the gold skill is just, even when you get a good skill, you don't have enough money to put stuff on the board. Like, I got the I did a bunch of runs with it just to make sure I wasn't wrong, and I got the rightmost 40 damage on my rightmost weapon, and then I just like couldn't actually do enough weapon shopping, so that I still was far behind on getting like my Atlatl board together. It actually like was a worse Atlatl run, even though I already had 40 flat on my Atlatl. The enchant is just deeply random, and it's a small item, and the only two good small item enchants we have really are Succulents and Matchbox. Theoretically, Yo-Yo, but Yo-Yo takes a lot to get the board going. And you can make a build around those, and you can win around those, but it's not just that it's only two out of a big pool. It's also only two where only certain enchants are actually powerful. So it's very, very random for that to pay off. So you just go for the econ because you can make a lot better choices. I will start the fight and read the chat. Yeah, everyone's been saying to me skill is best, especially for Dooley. I've seen a couple of, I've seen that on Reddit. I've seen a couple of streamers that I trust say that. So he has himself a Jabal, which is pretty powerful, and he already started with more hit points. So the question is if we're going to catch up to him. We scale and he doesn't. If he gets too many swings at 3, I think we're good now. Yeah, we just turned the corner. It's still a little bit of a nail biter. We won, but it's a nail biter. Yeah, okay, we're fine. We scale. So this is a really good lesson. In combat scaling is just obscenely powerful. He has our strongest day 1 weapon, and then trash, but he has our strongest day 1 weapon on the board, and we have a Fang. And we won because we have in combat scaling. In combat scaling, like making sure your things gain damage over time, is necessary on almost every board except for like a fixed crook board, because you've done all of your scaling outside of combat. Yeah, skills hilariously include neutrals. 10 City Mayor shield skill. Yeah, so the only reason skills are sometimes fun to play around with is because you can get monster skills, and I did one time get the golden yeah, the mayor, Trash Town Mayor guy, the golden skill that gave me the obscene amounts of damage for every time I buy and sell an item, and I got it up to like 300 flat damage on every weapon I wanted to put on my board. That was outrageous. So yeah, there's some fun to be had there. We're gonna re-roll. We're pretty well set up for an Atlatl start. You see a briefcase by a briefcase. That's just the law. Silver and bronze. Don't do it at gold. Don't do it at diamond. At silver and bronze, hatchet and briefcase resell for as much as you bought them for, which means that they don't cost you any money to just buy and sell if you want to. Talking about earlier about how fiddly pig is, one of the things you are always keeping in the back of your mind is how you can hold on to things in your inventory as long as possible so you can eke a little bit of value out of it. So, you know, if we had ourselves a Regal Blade, we could hold on to this briefcase, maybe get Regal to silver, sell it, and then get some, you know, more power off of it. We have dogs, so we're going to, see if dog gets to silver before we sell it. We might go to Midsworth, who's going to pay us more for briefcase. We might go to Barcoon, who's going to pay us more for the coins from briefcase, etc., etc. So you kind of hold until you have to. You do a little bit of clearing just so you don't drive yourself nuts. You don't have to be perfectly efficient, but it's good to pay attention to that kind of stuff. We definitely want the best skills for us are damage skills. There's two exceptions early in our bronze skill pool. One, there's the skill that gives you maximum hit points for non-weapon items on your board. That is only board specific if you're going for a matchbox or a weights board where you're going to have a bunch of that. It'll straight up just win you day 1, day 2, maybe even day 3, just because they have like 3 times the hit points to get through. But then it falls off and it's not very good. And then the other is arms dealer, where you gain hit points by buying and selling, and that one does pile up and is very advantageous. So that one's worth doing. The question here, we can get a decent amount of value out of Curio, but I've had really bad luck Curio the last few times, and it's fishing. We can get guaranteed power on Ganja, which I think is the correct play, and we could upgrade Dog so that we could start scaling our dog damage and have a big bonk on our board. We probably are going to be doing Flail, because since it swings 3 times, you can just consider that cast time divided by 3 to think about how fast this thing is. So that's a very, very fast weapon that's going to get the damage put on it. So this is probably going to be our setup, which means the next board state, we won't get dog on our board. We might be able to fit dog on our board, but then we have to do something else. So maybe, but we have Bushel, which is also really powerful. So we don't have to do this. Ganjo is probably the more guaranteed play. I'm going to go with Ganjo, and I'm going to look for Dog next if we happen to get ourselves a Lost Crate or something like that. We are looking very square here. It's actually very good to look square early, honestly. Most of our really powerful stuff is very square. It's just the correct thing to do. This might actually be correct. You get more overall scaling from bandages, but it will take so long for that scaling to surpass the value that we get out of Bushel. And yeah, I think we have enough damage for Rogue Scrapper because we scale. The middle guy has significantly better drops than Rogue Scrapper does. And it used to be that we would go for him. So if you do exclamation point guides, and I still have to update that with the new monsters, I'm sorry, but that has my pig study guide, which has, we'll pull it on the screen here for a second. It has encounters, monsters, and level up. So encounters are all the different encounters and kind of what they give you for your first, second, third, fourth choice. And then kind of my rating on whether you should take it or not. My monster notes have all of the monsters every single day, notable loot, and the difficulty, and then kind of combat notes of little things you have to take into account in the right encounters. One of the things you'll notice on there is that I say that the middle guy, it has amazing drops for us. He has Shadow Cloak, he has the Haste Boots, he has a skill. He's great. But the new meta right now, it used to be getting XP to race to get your extra level on day 1. The new meta is getting your XP to race to get the extra level on day 2. Because we can't get day 1, but we can still get day 2 if you get XP at least once. Sucks to have to miss middle, but being a level ahead with an extra spot on our board is just obviously too much power to pass up. So because of that, you have to take the Rogue Scrapper in order to get the extra XP for that fight. If you don't take Scrapper, you have to have got 2 of the tiny furry creatures in order to get the level up in this thing. So, yep. Hope that makes sense. We're going to go to JJ. Okay. My stash is a little full. Not sure I want to be fiddling with Boomerang. Also, buying Boomerang usually just means that you all mock me because I forgot once again to put Boomerang on my combat board. I don't love our secondary options here. we're going to go bandages, and then I guess it's going to be barbed wire, which will get a tiny bit of scaling from bandages. I wouldn't mind getting some extra power on dog. Thing could be a vehicle for just face rushing if we feel like that's the right choice for the fight. Okay. We have a bunch of things we could sell off if we saw something great here, so we'll do the reroll. Namely, we were hoping to get ourselves the rewards card, which we haven't yet. That's fine. None of these make any sense to us. We're going to move on with our lives. Okay. We almost always go the loot option nowadays because we're trying to get truffles. Once we have truffles and rewards card, we start value scaling, and then that allows us into property pivots later. It gives us a chance, if we get the boar market skill, which gives you damage for the value of your weapon, to drop the truffle value onto something like Atlatl and scale it to the moon. So truffles and rewards card are kind of our early lookouts to start building our economy that sets up our later pivot turns. Sorry if I'm over talking, by the way. Please ask any questions if you would like this to be a little more directionful and less directionless. So, this has better scaling, and that is just some damage on our board. 5 second at 10, but at least it gains damage with shield, whereas Fang's just static. So,
Future Historias fan has joined the Goose Mafia.
welcome so much. I unfortunately can't, on my second screen where it actually shows me the alert, it doesn't on my main screen, I can't read your name, and he didn't say it very well. So if you want to chuck in chat, I'll be able to read it out loud, but thank you so much for joining. Really appreciate it. So, okay, here we are. That's the board we got. It's not unbeatable, but it's solid. You are very, very welcome, Shazura. You are very welcome, Shazura. Yeah, and I this is my favorite way to kind of do the stream, which is to just keep deeply over-explaining pigs. So I can understand. I was watching a Kirk stream where he talked about, like, when he pops into a streamer and they're just jabbing nonstop, he immediately tunes out, and I totally understand that sentiment. So I get a little, wary of how much I can talk, but this is when the game gets fun for me. It's also when I get good. I play so much better when I'm locked into telling you why I'm doing the thing, thinking about the next steps. And honestly, that's the best thing you can do for yourself also. What'll happen is you have two choices in front of you. You kind of have a gut check which one's better. But if you talk it out, or at least ask yourself the direct question, what do I want to get from this vendor? What are the specific items I want to get from them? And if you can't answer the question, then go to some unranked runs, go to that vendor over and over again until you have a strong feel and you can answer the question. You're like, oh, okay, if I don't know for sure what Curio could have for this build, all right, then you want to go do some, square peg if that's what you're doing runs, and make sure to focus on Curio a little bit. And that's just kind of how you do it. And you don't really know that you didn't know the thing until you tried to ask yourself, what is it I'm looking for, and couldn't answer the question. So we are looking for flat damage power on Atlatl that we could get from Curio. So he has a lot of weapons that you can buy and sell for damage. So that alone would be worth it. We are looking for Shadow Cloak, which will give almost full haste to flail for the entire part of combat and a little bit of damage. Shadow Cloak Flail Ganjo is actually like a day 3 juggernaut. We are unironically, it's a little late. I like doing it day 1 or 2, but looking for knee brace that we could put on our board to start scaling health. If you can fit it without sacrificing too much power, it really does stack up, and you will notice a difference later. So those are the things we're thinking about for why we might want to go to Curio. And I forgot, Curio now has truffles. So now we got the first half of our pivot scaling together from that. So that was huge. Here's one of the things that he sells that you could buy and sell for damage. We're just about time where we need to start actually making space on the board. Part of all of my hoarding right now is wondering if we were going to get dog easily to silver, not sacrificing any of our power for it. So I don't think that's going to end up happening. So we're probably just going to drop dog. it's also a little late to get him going. But, we're looking square piggish, which means we wouldn't mind a damage scaled item. That's one of our ones that can do a little bit of bunkage. Hey, excited to find educational pig stream. Pig is so far my favorite, but I need to learn some late game pivot options. Feel like I always end up in gym or fixer upper. Super glad you're here. I'm a little sad to tell you that in the current meta, the thing that you did not mention is Square Pig, and that's the obvious options. Is property, not fixer, but property, but we kind of consider that one of them. Gym or Square Pig. We'll see if we can do a Square Pig run here and kind of explain how that can be a complete late game build now. It can actually win on day 13 because Bonk slowed everyone down so much that Lotl is now very, very powerful. Squares for day 10 wins, in my opinion. You're wrong. It used to be, but you're wrong. Didn't always used to be either. We're not going to re-roll for the shadow for the other stuff. It's not worth the currency. It's not a wrong impression. But we have a lot of reasons why it's not true anymore. First, the big bonk made everything a second faster, and so Lotl at 1 second is significantly stronger. Second, the enchant of what's it called? Obsidian turning from lifesteal to double damage now means that you can actually get Lotls that are just hard carries pretty easily. Not easily, but it's an option. And we get a lot of obsidian items available to us at the weapons vendor, so you can get a scaler like Dog or like Cash Cannon or something else that has obsidian on it that you can get near the moon, and that can sit alongside your Lion Cane, and now you're a double bonk. We get Caltrops on a Square Pig build, and Caltrops can carry against most late game fights right now. Most fights, especially the new cards, are speed. They're using a bunch of charge mechanics, and they'll just beat themselves to death on our Caltrops. And then we always have the Lion King pivot, which we can get down to a 3-second one-shot bonk. So there's a lot of variance in Square Pig that absolutely can hard carry into the day 13, 14. It deserves to be included in the list. It was inconsistent before, so it was only like when you were high rolling Square Pig. It is not inconsistent now. It is much more consistent to hang on to Square Pig to day 13 than to pivot to Gym for day 13. Gym has speed problems, Square Pig doesn't.
Take your time. I'm pretty late.
That was a little bit of an onslaught, sorry. We might go for boots here because we got a lot of bronze, but that means cleaning up shop. It no longer makes any sense to hold on to anything that's not great.
Toss that on my
So we got to get rid of everything we don't want to accidentally upgrade in order to have boots on our board. So I think our best board still includes bandages. It does not include barbed wire, probably. Definitely doesn't include briefcase. We can clear that out for ourselves. We'll hopefully find something else for the flex spot there. So that's just enough to hold on to. Okay, we're going to move on. Old opinion by Wimsker, a lot I should have mentioned, but I'm still looking for options beside those three, and Matchbox as well. Matchbox is definitely not a late game option. So we're going to go with this against her. The most important thing in this fight is just consistent rapid damage to make sure her shield doesn't get out of control. She crits an unrealistic amount of times, and so if she has, if she gets up to 80, 90 damage when she gets one of those crits, it's like half your fight. So you just need to keep getting hits in. You don't need a lot of sustain against her, so this is the correct setup. So two things. One, we don't really have... There's just some really silly combos just because you get things that you weren't expecting. We had a Vanessa run where we got ourselves Submarine from Dig. We got, crow's nest from a monster. We went to the hero vendor and we got Buckle from Vanessa, and then we threw a phono next to it. And we were playing a pretty kick-ass Vanessa run. You have to be open to those kind of pivots, but obviously those aren't what you're aiming for. The big three are the ones you're aiming for, and then you have the pivots available, kind of you're keeping open for. But I want to talk about Fixer in a second as not thinking of that correctly anymore. Fixer is not our property pivot. Thanks so much for the stream. You're so welcome. Thanks so much for being here, man. I hope to see you again soon. So Fixer can be our property pivot. Little property pivot. Hello. I can talk, I swear. Fixer can be our property pivot. Oof. You see a hatchet, you buy a hatchet. We're simple people. And is particularly the one you do when you're behind. Because, or when you don't have any value stacking, like we don't have value stacking yet. And so you can get into that a little late because it'll start building its own value a little bit as you go, and you're going to guarantee getting into diamond unlike the other ones, etc. So, but if you get truffles and you get either ledger or rewards card, and absolutely if you get both, and quadruple absolutely if you get 2 truffles and those 2, you're doing real value scaling, Subscraper is by far your property pivot. Subscraper allows whatever value put on it to dump to all the other items. Let's think really quickly. Is it dog? We have bootstraps to play cleanup. Flail wouldn't be bad. Are we actually pivoting? We're actually weapon skilling here, right? I think we're trying to do an Atlatl game. This board is strong-ish enough. We no longer have enough stuff to sell for dog right now for that upgrade to be particularly powerful. So the best we can do is kind of fish and hope we're going to get a weapon skill, which will help us get into nuclear Atlatl faster. So now we have right and leftmost, which is great. I hate giving up defense grid. I really love the skill, but it's we're leaning a little squarish. It's just not the best option for us. So, okay, we got rightmost, we got leftmost on the both sides of that guy. I guess dog is currently our best. We need to fix that before we get out of here. Which means we probably should go to her. But honestly, XP is too valuable. We're gonna risk the board we have. We have some in combat scaling. We have a lot of sustain. We might pick up her force field here, which with Ganjo is actually kind of powerful. We'll see. We'll see what we get. So Subscraper dumps its value onto all the items on the board, and then it picks up the value from all the items on the board and does whatever it does with it. It's a tiny bit slower, but everything's a little bit slower now than Fixer. But it can easily get, if you have a lot of high value items on your board, to a 1-cast kill with poison or fire. It also lets you do shenanigans, just silly fun stuff. It lets you take Pygmalion Dagger whenever you get it, like day 7. I mean, you can get it at day 5, but you usually don't. And then you start item cycling to get a bunch of value on Pygmalion Dagger, and now suddenly that's pumping a bunch of value on your Subscraper. It can, you could have it Atlatl, and if you get the Boar Market skill, then Subscraper dumps its value onto Atlatl, and that gives a bunch of flat damage on Atlatl, and now Atlatl's nuclear standing next to a property, right? So Subscraper gives you tons of fun other lines. Sure. I'll try to talk about them a little more. I'm really slowing my gameplay, and I'm worried people find that boring as hell, but maybe they won't. I don't know. Maybe I need to get over myself. Okay, we're playing against Pig. I think we're going to try to scale our sustain. I'm not sure if that's correct. We're a little weak for day 3. We fell a little behind. I don't love this. Um, yeah. Okay. Mm, yeah. Okay. We're gonna do this. I don't love it. So the lines are really close to playing Fixer, and Fixer isn't a bad thing to have on your board for that build. So what is this guy? This is one of the new ones. It's a decent amount of burn. Gives you some regen. Yeah, we're gonna pick up the L against duct tape here. We're actually doing fine. I think we're fine. But it would not be the first loss I had, just kind of exclusively to duct tape all on its own. So you need to get Subscraper to Diamond, hopefully. Get some value on it. You just value stack on Subscraper the same you value stack on Fixer. Having Fixer is a really great, easy, high value item. So that's your start, right? You would just grab a Fixer and kind of throw it on your board because you could get it to Diamond really easy and it's worth a lot. Cool, fine, and you get a little bit more sustain. But Subscraper just needs a damage enchantment and you're off to the races. If you don't get the damage enchant, I think we're too late for Dog to matter anymore. But we still have a crap ass board. But that's probably better fixed by shopping. We got to get ourselves into a crook, so we need to go shopping a lot. It's there, and Square hasn't come around. Do we hold on to it just to hold on to it? Just to be safe? Alright, where's our bootstraps at? Nowhere. That needs to go. I think we're not poor, so it's correct to hold for a minute. I don't like it because it's not what I want to play. Ooh, Jim. Jim's not exactly what I want to play either, but I think Jim is what we're gonna play for right now. We hopefully will get Square Pig online. Unfortunately, we just wasted 3 gold doing that, but you know, you can't see the future. Okay, so we'll hold on to that. So that's the, you get a damage enchant on it. You just have items of value on your board. Subscraper hits them for 1 billion burn and you win. Like, that's the generic Subscraper line. Boar Market gives you one really silly option, which is that now the value goes onto your weapons. And so now when you put a bunch of value on Subscraper, it drops that value onto your weapons, and your leftmost and your rightmost get value base or damage based on your value. If you only have one weapon, it gets double damage. So now Subscraper and whatever else you can put on your board that has value, including can turn it Lottle Nuclear all on its own and get it Lottle to the moon, right? This feels a little slow for him. I don't like Dog there. This feels a little slow for Marianas. I don't think we take him. I think we stay safe. Yeah. So that's the one option that lets you get a little cheeky. You could always Subscraper Fixer, Spike Shield. And I think I need to learn ways to improve my early game consistency, so you're micro-explaining your thoughts right now and going slow is much appreciated. Mainly interested in your general thought process, and if you're playing a Subscraper build while I'm watching, I'm even happier about it, and now I am going to shut up for a while. You talk as much as you want, man. This stream is for y'all, and it makes it a lot more fun. It gives me direction on what I'm doing. This is day 6 of casting for me, so I can use all the help from chat I can get, and having an active chat just makes this worthwhile. So, yeah, if we Subscraper's looking bleak for us, okay. Well, I hate to tell you this. I think you know what build we're playing. Um, I think all that has just been removed about what build we're playing, unfortunately. Um, we still have to get some way to get real value. You can't weapon cycle your way up to a gym. So bronze on day 4. Has Andy ever not screwed you? Have you ever walked away from an encounter with that dude and been like, yeah, that was fun? I feel like somehow they got the design of the character to feel like the voice actor. In a way I'm not a fan of. Okay. Are we going to try to play some silly matchbox shenanigans while we wait for Jim to come online? Dog ain't going nowhere. He's still bronze day 4. That was by choice, but he's still bronze day 4. Doesn't change the truth. I really like this setup because of how fast it is, and getting that 20 damage onto my much faster weapon is objectively correct. I just don't actually have... And I bought in the wrong order because I didn't realize I was so poor. Misplay! Oh, that's a mistake, man. Okay, how much of a crisis is that? How much do I really want Matchbox? Yeah, not enough to mortgage anything for it. That was a mistake, man. That's the problem with chatting, because I'm not particularly great at keeping track of what I'm doing. So we could go to Mountain Pass for the fight. I really would love to have some money and go shopping at Isla, but the fight's going to be the best way to do that. And we're getting... Oh, darn. It's not nothing. Okay. Well, I mortgaged our future. This is just so frustrating. 57. That's not correct. That feels bad. Just trying to think about what would make the best sport right now. I think it's Fang, and I think it's just going one short, and I think that's just fine. We're still pretty weak, but we haven't lost any fights. We kind of don't mind losing today. We got to get our money together. We just finally got a rewards card, so we've been particularly broke. And rewards card doesn't really make us rich anymore because, you know, you have to focus on keeping that money on your, value stacker on your property. How hard's that going to hit us for? Not too hard. Are we just going to get hard carried by Bushel? By the Bushel upgrades? Yeah, I think we are. No, we aren't. I didn't see Life Preserver. Oh, that's dangerous. He is scaling. It's close. We're ahead right now. Oh, Life Preserver already went off. Oh, we're fine. So I'd say at the stage that you're in right now, it would start to feel under a lot of pressure. Without a Soonish Crook and no real eco, I feel like I would start to lose soon. And right now, there is not enough direction. How would you look at your current state? I would look at this as a transition state in which I'm probably going to lose 1 to 2 of the next 3 days, unless I get lucky, and that's fine. I think we have a gym. And gym is usually a day 12, day 13. It's almost never a closeout on day 10 just because it takes so long to get together, and you have to sacrifice to move into property builds. You just do. You can't hope to get perfect runs into a property build transition. That's just like, that's rarely that kind of lucky. And so you keep track of your metrics on what makes when you know a build is working and when it's not. we could talk a little bit about the numbers on Square Pig. There's some just hard numbers you could keep track of. We obviously are nowhere on Square Pig without Crook. Um, and so that's probably not where we're going. We don't even have the option to fish for it right now, and we aren't very rich. So we're buying and selling weapons. That actually goes on my board right now. That's kind of funny. We're buying and selling weapons, and we're just getting power. So we're still doing all the fights we can to just keep speeding up in the race. One of the big things you want to always pay attention to when you're doing a property build, if you can, is to get to 10 as fast as humanly possible, because your enchant doubles the value of your property. That alone can just suddenly make your property playable when it wasn't a little bit before. So that's one of the biggest things you're looking for. Stabilizing our economy is really important, and so, gosh darn it, so just fight fishing. Just constantly picking the fights whenever you can is the best thing you can do for yourself. We are a little tight here. I love truffles, but luckily we know what we're putting value on, and so we can get away with that right now. Yeah, so I'm feeling the same thing you're feeling in terms of, like, I don't love our board or our position. But yeah. This leftmost, rightmost thing with Ganjo is kind of killing me. I think I'm correct that we can outrace Mod Squad. I probably should have done the hard math, because as I've been talking a lot lately, I've been losing some fights I shouldn't lose because I've just been deciding to wing it and decide I will make the fight when I shouldn't be making the fight, but we're fine here. This is fine. So yeah, I would just, you don't feel pressure. You just kind of like, all right, I know I need to pivot. Yeah, I think we lose. I think we're losing because Bulldozer Baggins there is about to one-shot me. Get the hit. Whew. Way closer than I like. Whoa. I was right to be a little afraid there. That was close. Okay, so yeah, I'm seeing the same state you are. We're pretty weak. We don't have Crook, so we can't even think of like Crook power, Itlotl, whatever. I think we grab the item. I mean, health scales. Health is always good, but we're poor. We really have to be very, very rich to do gym scaling. It just means we're going to need to be buying and selling things all the time. Unfortunately, we have some board constriction space. So knowing we're going to lose some fights, this is where we just go, okay, so then the way that we win is we make the space to get the money to start buying and selling hard on our Pigs Gym, so that Pigs Gym eventually picks up, and then we win the fights after that. So we have to throw something. So we're going to throw right now. We are going to get these two on the board because they're fantastic with Pigs Gym. Maybe we even put Fang for right now. And this is our new board. We are now a face rush board that's very, very weak because Pigs Gym is weak. But we don't care. We are going to create the space to put the things on our board that are going to get us income. Okay. And now we are living and dying by weapons purchasing and getting Pigs Gym upgraded, and then getting today to level 10 so that we can get our enchant. One of the ways that we cheat is putting fake free damage on top of everything. That'll go pretty far. There we go. We just got a huge upgrade. Always check in on your crypto. Hi Goose, could you explain a bit on why you don't buy ATM or cash register on day? I thought it was a must buy. I saw you skip them on day one for shop. Yeah, people will argue with me on that quite a bit. But it very much depends on if I'm trying to put a board together or not. Basically, day one, day two, you need to win, and you need to do everything you can to put those boards together. And um, square items cost 4. We had to get the reroll to see if we had stuff on the other side of the board. And we didn't know how much money we needed on the other side of that board. So it basically just came down to, yeah, and we were pretty comfortable losing to this board regardless, by the way. But this is one of those, like, we knew we were throwing so that we can start building power here so that we start picking up by day 7 or so. And now we have money and we have Isla and we're feeling good. There we go. So I don't remember the exact play, but I'm betting it was the first half of a middle or something, and we had to see the second half of the board, and we had to have money on the other side to be able to get items together, to get a board and to start picking the items to have a good board for day 2. It is income getting ATM, but it's 1 income getting ATM, and I think income's a little overrated. Most of the time with Pig, you will get items that give you value, and build your value, and then you want to go shopping a lot and get your value that way. You win a fight, you get items you sell for value. Like, that's where you get your money. We were dead broke 2 days ago, and now we're sitting on 63 in our bank, right? So Pig does not get its money generated by income. It gets its money generated by play. And so overvaluing, especially sacrificing like board states to get that income, I don't feel is great. I do kind of like cash register, but I think it's really, I think I'm over, I think I'm thinking I'm going to get ledger more often than I am. I am so stressed out about stash space because of what ledger does when you're trying to play really proper econ, whatever, that I think I'm starting to overcorrect, and I should have. Oof, I forgot I'm weapon cycling, so I should have bought that one for 4. I don't know if I love Jabalion. God, at 8 these are expensive, but we have a lot of money. We're gonna do it. We just need to start putting some value on our thing. That was a misplay because I was talking, but here we are. Okay, middle. Stained glass, maybe? Yeah, I think. Yeah. Okay. Ooh. Okay. And then caltrops. And then there was a board. Alright, so we're going to hold off on it, Lottle. It's not going to get nuclear in time right now. We're going to sell that because it's bad. And then our board state that hopefully we cannot lose with is this. And we'll see if we can, and it might be Jabalion, depending on which fight we pick. And we can start getting a little bit of extra value there. There we go, silver. We get to upgrade our Pig's Gem. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. So I wanted to come around by day 7. We're starting to. We are going to slow down a little bit on the fights to make sure that we can win them. A crook would be a possible stall, but not really since we just use our gold upgrade. You can actually, yeah. Actually, a crook still might be a possible stall just because of how stupidly powerful Caltrops is. Not that I've ever gotten crook from this guy. I've literally not once gotten crook from this guy and did dozens and dozens of games against him. So I don't know why I always am like, oh, what would I do with the crook I'm not going to get? Okay. Okay, so we got ourselves a little bit of value there. I think we're done with this, right? We'll hold on to it for a second in case we upgrade it, but I think we're done with it. Do we just like swing? It might be correct to get more currency because Quixel's not going to have a lot of weapons for us. So property might actually be correct just to get more currency to put together, so we can keep weapon cycling. Am I talking myself into that? Yeah, I think I do need to clear board space for it. Expert play, boys. Expert play. That was just, yeah. All right, goodbye, bootstraps. It's been fun. It's been real. Hadn't been real fun. Okay. All right, so we got a lot of pieces. We're doing okay here. That was it. I actually have very good luck with the get a specific item ones. That is not an endorsement. That is not me telling you that that was correct play. I actually was just like, all right, a large item here is money that we're going to be able to use to buy the more expensive weapons that are kind of what are in front of us right now. And Quixel at best has like 1 or 2 weapons tops, so it was just long term the play. Am I re-rolling here? What am I even fishing for? I have Balcony. She's not going to have a gold Pig's Gym on day 6. She's not going to have a Pig's Gym ever, but she's not going to have a gold one on day 6. She's not going to, like, best she'll have is Belt. She might have her rewards card upgrade. She might have Ledger. Okay, 2 gold will re-roll for those. Nope. Okay. I think I would have gone for XP here for the level 10 rush attempt. Yeah, but it's a decent. We got to get the board together. And I want the enchant too, but at the same time, like, you have to get everything upgraded. We have to get value on this, or it being enchanted doesn't matter. The enchant's going to double its value. We're going to hit the enchant eventually. You could have done the light math and known we aren't going to hit the enchant on day 7, even if we took that fight, which means we will hit the enchant on day 8 no matter what. So if you're thinking about it that way, it doesn't give you a day where you are more powerful than not doing it otherwise. And yeah, so, that might all be just me kind of convincing myself. Who knows? So we are on day 6. There is some mathematics that tells you whether or not Atlatl is allowed to be on your board. Day 6 needs to be nuclear. That means 180 damage, so it's swinging in 1.1 seconds, by about 10 seconds to be considered a strong board on day 6. About 5 seconds to be a strong board on day 7, and it just has to be nuclear immediately to be a strong board on day 8, with the exception of Pig's Gym, where you're going to go way above nuclear and keep scaling. Even with Pig's Gym, we don't want it on our board if it's not getting nuclear within that time frame. So within 5.7 seconds, I mean, we're going to be a little off because of the bonk. Honestly, might change our calcs a little bit. I may be willing to if it's 2 casts of Pig's Gym to get there right. So this is going to swing for 60. So we will get 120 in about 11.4 seconds. 120 damage on top of our Atlatl, which is currently sitting at 61, is exactly nuclear. So it is okay-ish to be on our board. It is slightly weak because it's not inside of 10. It is not necessarily incorrect. But Flail is very, very, very powerful also. Because of how fast it is. So it is also a vehicle for a lot of damage, but then it slows down. Really depends on how fast we think our fight's going to be. We're up against Vanessa. If we are up against spam to death Vanessa, it's Flail. If we're up against spam to death Vanessa, Caltrops is our plan. If we are up against single weapons Vanessa, we're going to have to pierce through all of her heal, and we're probably dead anyway. We probably don't win that fight. And if we're up against any kind of stall Vanessa, Atlatl's going to be our win. So I think Caltrops is already picking up our spam victory condition. So we've talked our way through all of the different fights, and so, right, we win a little bit more often with Atlatl on the board. We're going to go with Atlatl. Again, we're not terribly. I was completely willing to lose day 5, day 6 in order to make this pivot. What's the crit chance at? 20%. There's a very real chance we get out of this. So I was very willing to. Wow, Caltrops. Caltrops just kind of won that for us. Lottle only got one swing off at nuclear. So if you remember, 2 days ago, we decided we were going to throw 2 days, and we didn't care which ones they were, between day 5 and day 8 in order to get into this board. And that was just what our pivot was going to cost us. And so far, we've only lost one of those. So we're pretty happy with the transition. Ganjo's never going to fit on our board anymore. I could theoretically and should probably hold it just in case we could sell it for more value if we get it like Midsworth or whomever. Okay, so let's just keep talking through what it is we're looking for before we go somewhere. So, the chocolate bars are health, but not the best mechanism for it. We have enough money to not be worried about 5 gold. We're going to Kev, and I guess we're hoping to get weapons, getting an enchanted something, getting a enchanted yo-yo. But generally speaking, he doesn't have a lot of weapons, and they're not very cheap. But at worst, we're going here to put rewards card money onto our gym. Okay. I buy this for 16, I sell for 8, I get 2-4 back, so it cost me 2 to weapon cycle this. That's perfectly fine. We have lifting and we have Pix Gym, so we are hoping to aggressively weapon cycle. We're willing to spend 4 on that right now. We won't reroll here though, because he just doesn't have enough weapons frequently for that to make any kind of sense. It's actually a really tough choice as to whether or not we want to take the temporary, because that's pretty big for us. Having Caltrops immediately doing damage to somebody who comes out the gate swinging at our dome is pretty powerful, and could be a carry. But again, we were willing to throw some days in order to get into a powerful build. We're going to stick to that game plan. We are going to keep weapon cycling. Probably have to slow down after this one and only do 4s for a little bit. We're going to get the fight, so we're fine. Okay. So Ryukon, there are some property ones, specifically cooldown reduction, that are really big for us and worth going to. But in the meantime, it's usually Ryukon. Again, you always want to call your shot, right? You always want to think about what it is you want to get there, because as you're doing that, you might think to yourself like, okay, maybe I want to get cooldown reduction would be great, but isn't it Ryukon? Maybe I'm hoping to do some value conversion shenanigans, so I want to get Boar Market. That's it, Ryukon, but it's also with the other guy. Maybe, so as you're calling him, you might start realizing the other option's better, so you have to do it. Heavy armaments is my shot. That's what I'm porting at. That's my North Star. It is the single best weapon skill in the game. If you're going to be under 5, which Square Pig and Jim both usually are. Square Pig always is. Jim usually is. Strength. We still got strength available to us. We probably can't get left or right-handed because he's selling at least silver, so those are off the board. So those aren't a lot of options. And then, you got the kind of weaker ones, which would be the income as damage. But still, I think Ryukon's the answer. I forgot to say upgrading or lifting. We haven't done terribly good on lifting yet. Strength's 15. So we gotta buy and sell 7 more weapons till we make up the difference. I mean, that's the game plan anyway, right? Might as well just if it means that we are forcing ourselves to play more correctly, great. Can we kill Chili here with this board? I think the answer is yes. Chili has a decent amount of spam, so Caltrops is okay. Most monster boards, Caltrops doesn't do a whole lot for you, but I think we're okay here. We have more health than he does, so we're good. All we have to do is stay on top of the shield. he doesn't do any damage to you at all. He's a pretty easy fight, let's be honest. But it's good to treat every fight seriously. Um, anyway, again, thank you everyone for being here. This is the last day of my first week of streaming, so I'm having a blast and super happy to be doing it. I honestly thought I'd be casting Into the Void for a month. I was happy to have one person here, so you guys are making this really fun and exciting for me, and I really appreciate it. Okay, get rid of Ice Cream Chuck. Get Jim back into the correct position. And what do we want? We're okay on money, so we'll go to Quicksoul. I would really love a ledger, and I'd really love a rewards card. And I'd like a weapon slightly cheaper than 8. Do I take that? I think I do. I think we keep picking as much as we can at that. Yo-Yo, great. Yo-Yo is actually going on our board. We get to get rid of Fang. I've been making a pretty deep... No, I've had it in the right position. I've had it in the correct position. Okay, yeah. We get to get rid of Fang because Yo-Yo is the new Fang. But Lottle stays in this position because, yeah, we'll do the math in a minute here and figure out if it needs to go. Skill upgrades. Is he just going to give us lifting? I forget if he gets blocked at bronze at this level too. Before we do that, does Herma have anything at all? No. You could, and I have, do Subscraper shenanigans, where Subscraper is passing value to Jim that passes back onto Atlatl and just do an Atlatl standalone, but you usually only do that if you also got Poor Market and the value is giving damage flat to Atlatl, and it's fun. But that's not today's game. Okay, he does have both. Do I want to spend that kind of money? Like, I then can no longer afford weapons. It's yes, because it's going to be on the other side of the fight. Versus 10 flat. Okay, we got Diamond Lifting. And Pig's Gym. We are full on Gym Bros, y'all. Okay. Let's play the game correctly and see where we are. So let's just do our math. Ooh, we are so close to 1 cast. Nothing to be done about it, but we're really, really close. On day 7, that would be a very good board. Just shy of it. So we're doing good. If this is single weapon, this might be the one we throw away that we knew we were going to lose. That's a pretty good board. Depends on their weapon damage scaling and their crit chance. No, I think we win this. I think we pretty handily win this, actually. Cool. What's your thoughts on Rock? I go so often to him since he has 4 things I like, especially the skill. I go to Rock for cooldown reduction almost only. The skill's good, but we don't. The skill is haste when you crit, and we don't usually get a lot of crit chance. And honestly, most of the time that I do get a lot of crit chance, I have already kind of turned the corner on getting some other version of haste on my board. Like, crit comes much harder for us than haste does. So yeah, I'm pretty bought into always going for the bigger XP fight, especially since we are in spitting distance of hitting our enchant on day 10. But generally, yeah. If I'm doing a pure property build, then cooldown reduction is the whole game, beginning and end. Yeah, so yeah, I guess that's my thoughts on it. I think we are going... Goldie's expensive as hell. I'm not sure what we're going to buy from them. I think he's a little too rich for our blood right now, to be honest with you, so we're just going to take 10 flat damage. Having caltrops doing something semi-significant right away is undeniably beneficial. We're still at silver, so we still get more cash here. Cool. We could put some little bit of crit. Okay. Come on, JJ. Small weapons, please.
A friend. I mean, a customer.
Whiff. We'll reroll. Cool.
Happy to make a sale. Sad to say goodbye.
I'm sad to say goodbye too, buddy. Okay. We are not fast enough for this glorious bastard. He is out of control. He needs to be stopped. Here we probably go rock since there's not an XP difference, and I do like cooldown reduction. And we aren't rocking with vehicles. So here I go for rock. If I had a big fight I could take, I wouldn't. But we're not going to get our enchant today, so that's a little sad. Unless we get another fight. Sag. So the question is, what do you put your enchant on? And it's between Atlatl and Jim. Jim gives you flat, like, a lot of value for doing it. And so it's almost always Jim, but Jim has a lot of crappy enchants. So it's a little hard. I'm pretty hard prioritizing Boomerang, which gives me a good amount of crit. I'm up to my choice most of the game. This is what makes me like the skill so much. Otherwise, CDR is amazing. Yeah, it's fair. If you have the memory of a fruit fly, like yours truly, and you never remember to put Boomerang on your board, and then you never get loot items because of it, then I think of CDR a little differently, mostly because of my ineptitudes. Okay, we are single cast Pig's Gym. So now we're playing the CDR game. However we can get Pig's Gym down in cost is flat damage. I think it's crit. I think that's an immediate 100% crit chance. Am I wrong? Pig's Gym. Your items gain crit chance equal to this item's value for the fight. That is immediate 100% crit chance on our items. And then we can start doing shenanigans that are, you know, when you crit, etc. So, okay, I'm wrong. You know what I was talking about? We don't usually get crit, so I don't value rock skill. I'm full of lies. Cool. I think crit's crack. There are a lot of things that are better. Obsidian is amazing. Haste would hit itself, so haste would be really good. Multicast shiny is obviously really good, but there's a lot of things that are terribly bad. Namely, the heal, the shield literally do 0 for us. And I prefer to put my thing, and that got weird. I prefer to put my enchant on Pig's Gym for the value. Even though Atlatl has a lot better enchants. If I have to go random, then Atlatl's a really real consideration. Okay, I buy for 16, I sell for 8. I get a coin that's worth 4. 12. Okay, yeah, that's great.
Make me proud.
Are we buying and selling at 8 right now? I think we are. I forgot to swap in stained glass for the PvE fight. Ruck? Look, man. Look, Rayon Tash. If I get even your name correct, we're considering it a deep win for us all. I might even try to hold that for a hot second. Okay, we'll do the 4s and we'll call it.
Come back and tell me.
So we got some more swapperooskies I got to pay attention to. So this is not particularly great day 12, 13. We need a lot more power to be survivable those days. We need some kind of haste happening pretty early. because Jim's just too slow. But if we can cash out by day 11, we should be fine. I don't know what the F is happening to us right here. I so rarely play against the new items. Shield equal to this item's damage. If you have another vehicle, cooldown. And then he killed himself with a bunch of multicast fire. Cool. I hope it's okay. I'm going to spend a couple more seconds on that board. I just have such little time with the new items, especially on the other heroes. I need to get a little more familiar with the boards that I'm going to face, because it might change like my placement decisions in the future in different builds. So this is not considered a weapon. It's just haste and multicast. For each aquatic item, reduces item's cooldown. What's the point of a bunch of spam multicast haste that you run out of? I guess that's, you just have items that gain value off haste, which, you know, she has a lot. Vehicle, lifesteal, okay. And burn multicast. Okay, that's fairly straightforward. It is a bad board. It's a deeply bad board. But I literally haven't even looked at some of those items. I do not get a lot. Kind of happy about it, if I'm being honest, but not a lot of people seem to be buying and or using the items in the game. Fan? Tastic. Andy? Oh gosh, we whiffed. And he made up for it. He made up for our mistake. He paid for our sins. Nufu, if you've heard me say it once, you've heard me say it 1,000 times. Nufu's a trap. We're running out of money pretty quickly here. So I think I'm actually just getting the free value off of that visit and leaving. I think I want to Dragon's Tooth my Atlatl for the PvE fight. Do I? Really? Is the 5 damage worth it? I think I will lose my power by playing Stained Glass and not lose even more power playing Dragon Tooth, and actually make sure we're winning the PvE fights. Yeah, we're going to get a chance to buy and sell one more weapon. This is not do or die here. We don't have to make the choice right the hell now. So, put Jim on our board. We want that. I think that we are okay winning this fight, even with that. So we're going to try hard it. You love your pay to win, Vanessa? Is she good right now? Is the purchase cards really good right now? I'm not terribly familiar with them. I should have double checked to make sure that without the value add I was getting to Atlatl in one cast, but didn't need to, so we're good. Cool. So we're doing all the right things. We are doing the fiddly gameplay loop where we move everything into all the right places. Getting our value from our PvE fights. And then we have to ask ourselves, CDR or... I think... cooldown reduction. I mean, he's only got 2 cooldown reduction skills that are good for us. The other property give damage skills are like basically just adding a little bit of value. But unironically, if we get ourselves something like heavy armaments at gold, then we can get Atlatl nuclear without gem. Like we could start the fight with a nuclear Atlatl, start spamming yo-yo. Yeah, I think we're gonna swing for. All right, we'll take it. We'll take it at silver. We'll take it at silver. Do I start doing flat damage to get that going? We don't have much money. I'm still gonna get more flat damage by buying weapons. So the answer is we go to JJ. Okay. I mean, we got the diamond here. That cost us 2. Do we do the reroll? I'm willing to sell Dragon's Fane now, so we do the reroll. No, we have one more. We have one more. We are just like dancing on the edge of poverty this run, but we're fine with it. We're gonna go. Why did I do that? I know it's been working very good for me. Well, that's cool. Stella. Slow all enemy items for 4 seconds shield. Oh, the flashbang. That one's always a little fun. Okay. Haste another enemy. Yeah. Okay. We're not buying any of that noise. Swap places at Lottle and Yo-Yo for more Yo-Yo procs. We can. What was the reason I wasn't doing that before? There was... Oh, that's why. We were getting more flat damage. We're getting leftmost and rightmost, so the flat damage is going on our rightmost item. And we were just... Yeah, so we had it here so that we could get ourselves to nuclear. I suppose it doesn't matter which one the damage is on since they're both hitting at 1 second, and actually Yo-Yo gets more. No, this is only charge 3, so this is not getting a hit every second. This is. So we're doing it because this is a better vehicle for the free damage from left and right mouse. That's why we have the positioning that we have. It's only one proc every 5.7 seconds. And that is 20 damage that's getting kind of 1 or 2 more casts. So this is the... I got the sub? Or that looks like a response to somebody else. Yeah. No, I think this is still objectively correct. Yo-Yo is only getting 1 extra swing. I mean the in-game sub. Oh, okay. Yeah, Yo-Yo is only getting 1 extra swing in the entire fight from this. Yo-Yo is a little slower than Atlatl. Atlatl's a better vehicle for the 20 damage, so that's why we were making that choice. That was intentional. I just forgot why we were making that choice. Okay, we're gonna fight Pig. We are starting to get in the zone where we are defeatable by good crowd control, unfortunately. And he has some freeze shenanigans happening there. Luckily, you know, Caltrops kind of don't care about your freeze, sir. So that was his starting item. I mean, I guess you keep it on your board as long as you can because it's fun, but yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, just the premium pass. If you're asking me, no, I have not gotten the... I'm not doing any pay for stuff in the game. I actually have a video up on my thoughts on YouTube. Will have real videos on YouTube very, very soon. I'm trying to make some pretty complex guides that are have screenshots of all of the skills that on day 1 we might look for, and then the combos that go with them, and then here's our day 3 boards when they're strong, and start with a square pig explainer, then do a pig's gym explainer, then do a etc. So that's my dream for my YouTube channel, is to really get in depth, very beginner all the way to advanced, 1 build at a time explainers. In the meantime, just to break the seal, I needed to put a video up. So I did kind of my thoughts on the monetization structure and kind of what my ideal system would be. So if you're interested in all, you could go there. I'm looking forward to the guides too. As you would not guess by... Oh, wait, let's not talk. As you would not guess by how slapdashery I play the game here, I'm finding myself to be a bit of a perfectionist on the videos, which has been slowing me down a little bit, and I would like to solve that. Okay. Okay. So now you are correct, by the way. Now Yo-Yo casts every second that it Lottle casts, and it also gets its own charge, so it's faster than Lottle, so now it is a better vehicle for the 20 damage. So now Lottle goes 3. um, I'm a gotcha gamer. I used to be extorted. Yeah, I, I got feels. I got feels for days on the subject. Do I want to? No, this is not the place, but I do want to start just getting some free scratch together to make up for our poverty. Property Baron. The dream. Let's try it. Yeah, this guy can... We got a little bit of hit points, but he can crit us to death if he double crits. Okay, we're fine. And it's weapon. Cool. And it's money. Cool. We are back to buying, boys. At this point, actually, I think we start going for the gold tier item, because if it's not a small item, it sells for more than you get from the other thing. So that is the reason we made that mistake. Window! If you're playing pig to never make that mistake, then you shouldn't be playing pig. But yes, ow. Totally window. Okay. How many more shops are we going to see? I mean, we don't know how much we're going to win. So it could be lots. Not just window, but Dragon Tooth. I forgot Dragon Tooth too. I forgot I even had Dragon Tooth. Jesus. I'm going to blame this talking thing that I'm clearly excellent at. Portal's usually bait, but we're poor and we can't go to her anyway, so we're praying for just like the upgrade pedestal or an enchant pedestal. We definitely cannot afford half.
But it also creates. Consider the sun.
I haven't gone through all his burn items. So among the many things I'm doing for the videos is I have played the game for like, I don't know, 3 or 4 hours with everything but the voice lines off. Should have double checked that board before I hit go. I've made enough mistakes. Everything but the voice lines off, and so I then turned all of those into audio clips, so we have like short snippets of every single audio line, or most of the audio lines in the game. We still got to get a bunch of them. So we're hoping to, weave that in. I have all the music recorded, turned to audio. I have a bunch of the sound effects. We're hoping to get screenshots of the things we're going to be talking about so that we can see them visually and not just like doing what I'm doing here, which is just like naming items that you may or may not know. And hoping those videos will be like kind of high quality and long lasting. It doesn't really matter if the items go away as much. I want to build it segmented so I can change it if the items change drastically. But the idea is to learn. The only way to learn this game is to break it up into a bunch of pieces. And so part of why I am it's too late for you, Ledger. I wish it's so late. Crook, should we crook pivot here, guys? What do you think? Just chug it on the board? Yeah, we can't afford anything anymore. We're kind of just going to the vendor for our card. XP. I mean, if we have one, we'll do it just in case we have another day. Gosh darn it, I forgot I'm moving too fast. I'm moving much too fast. Okay, here we go. Jim at its glory. I think maybe slow down a bit. Talk first, make in-game decisions after. That's fair. Thanks a bunch. Appreciate the feedback. Totally fair. I think you're right. The think I'm trying hard to make sure both things are happening at once. So, and I think it's also more instructive to be like, okay, we're getting ready for a fight. We need to transition our items. Um, we need to make sure we put stained glass in and dragon tooth. We need to make sure that we get at Lottle over to where it's getting the value that it's supposed to be getting. And then we need to pick a fight. So Void Golem is the obvious go-to here. I say sarcastically because Void Golem usually for everybody is just do not click it. Unless you have several hard carries that can win the fight for you, because obviously if we lost Jim, we've lost at Lottle, we lose the fight. Trash Titan would be cool. Again, just shooting our shot. Getting Juggler would mean that Yo-Yo would charge Jim, and then suddenly we are dangerous as fuck. So yeah, so that's what I'm hoping to do on the videos. It'll take me a little bit of time. I'm also just learning video editor software. None of this is what I do with my regular life. So all of this is just steep learning curve stuff. But hopefully we will get there. I'll repivot everything just to be safe, and I'll move it back if I have to if we get another fight. But that's less danger for us. We're gonna go to JJ. We're gonna weapons. Yeah, we could afford the reroll and do one more here. Okay. The question is, I guess business card for sure. We sell that and we do it. We have possible days in front of us, so we want to start thinking about what we can mortgage to just eke out a little bit of extra value right before the last fight. Jules is probably better than anything else we're going to do. Jules might even get... Lottle's almost home, man. Lottle's almost home. Okay. Alrighty. I know, right? I actually take Void Golem maybe 30% of my games. Not every fight. Like, obviously, he's an option I could do 4 or 5 times. We did it! We did it. He's an option I could do, several times on day 10. And in Square Pig, I will usually pick him eventually. When I have it Lottle doing over, 250, 300, and it can kind of win the fight on its own, and Lion Cane that can kind of bonk him in 1 or 2 swings. Now I can afford to lose either at Lottle, Crook, or Lion Cane and still win the fight. And if I haven't gotten Belt and Phonograph so that Lion Cane's fully online into like a 3-second bonk, then the 4th slot on my board is weak compared to anything else I could put on there next to Caltrops. So it is a fight that I actually pick on Square Pig, and I actually pick it pretty regularly on Square Pig when I don't have Caltrops and I have 2 carries, 2 hard carries, so I can afford to lose either one. Yep, GG. That was a good one. So I don't know if anyone likes the game review, but this is not complicated. This is the most basic version of the build possible. You got your Pigs Gym. We managed to get the Deadly Enchant on, crit chance. You got a Yo-Yo, you got an Atlatl, you got Caltrops. We only got 72 value out of lifting because we kind of got it. We kept upgrading it, but we got it pretty late, and weapons were expensive, and all of our econ was dumping into Gym. We didn't have like 2 sources of econ to get a bunch of money, so we were really poor. So that's still pretty serviceable. Atlatl still almost got to nuclear on its own. It was getting there. Heavy firepower on left and right most. That was our run. We did it in 11 days. We only lost 1 fight. And at day 5, and the VOD will be up if you want to go back and watch the VOD, we decided we were going to throw at least 2 days between day 5, 6, and 7 to hard pivot into Pig's Gym. And then because Pig's Gym could be a carry as late as like 13, 14. And so that was the sacrifice we were making. And still, without getting terribly lucky at that time, the fights were a little weak that we went against, but the shops and whatnot weren't. We still pivoted in. So someone was asking at that time, like, we're feeling a little weak. This is where I get anxious and everything kind of falls apart. And the answer is you just got to know how many fights you're willing to lose and when. And like, perfect runs are not the play. 10 wins are the play. And there's times you get perfect runs, but Pig does not get to choose to win day one. So perfect runs are just luck, because our best day one board cannot beat Vanessa's best day one board. So it is deeply overtuned. You're not wrong. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to but actually it's deeply overtuned. There's no reason for that fight to be that insane. 2 Caltrops? Like 2 Caltrops that get freaking spiced? Like, why is that necessary? And then to just destroy something off your board in the first, it is. But I am Pig. Everyone else would never, ever, ever take that fight. Dooley 1 Caltrops is all I need to win almost every Dooley fight. So Dooley just doesn't get to go to him ever. Vanessa is usually too fast for him also. Pig has bonk boards, and so because we can just punch him a couple of times to win, we get a pass on that fight. In the same way that weapons Vanessa can get a pass on Lich, and we would never ever 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 bother unless we happen to have a fully fledged square Pig board on the Lich fight day, which is very hard to do. Was the most instructive moment where I would have fucked up most, and I think it would be because I would try to soft pivot and slowly die. Yep, that is absolutely correct. That is what we do wrong most of the time. We decide in the early game, you are constantly telling yourself, what do I do today to win today? And, oh, that would be good. That would set me up better later. I don't care. What do I do to win today? And you keep doing that to yourself. And that's correct. And does this look like it can win today? Yeah. Is it likely to win today? Yeah. Okay, now I get to start making those better long-term decisions. But that's the question I answered. Your pivot can only happen if you stop doing that. You have to pick the moment where you decide, I am throwing either this day, the next day, or the day after. And often too, you kind of gotta just be willing to lose it. You gotta be willing to lose 3 on Pig. And I consider we got lucky and got day 1 and 2. I consider you're usually at the point that we were having lost 1 earlier. So when you're in the state that this board isn't naturally pivoting itself, we don't have a crook and we're just trying to put flat damage on it Lottle. We can't just keep riding this dragon. We gotta get off. When am I fairly strong now and only need 1 or 2 shops in order to win today? Today's probably not the day to throw, but maybe that means I have to plan on throwing tomorrow. So at those shops, I might be selling off small pieces, I might be whatever, and getting ready for tomorrow to be I will sell my entire board, move into the next pivot, start picking up my losses as I transition into the win. So yeah, super glad that was helpful. We are out of time, unfortunately, today. We're in the 800s because we had some really, really rough early games, but I'm glad we at least ended on one that was a lot more instructive. That was a pretty fun one to play. So thank you, everyone, for being here. You could exclamation point Discord in the chat or exclamation point YouTube if you want to get to either of those places. Exclamation point guide if you want to see. This needs a little bit of work, but this is my, it has all of the different encounters and what you get from each encounter, because I often forget these, especially Jungle Ruins, which I never go to, because, I have them tier rated and kind of when would I choose this. And then some notes for all the hidden encounters are listed here and what you need for those hidden encounters to happen. I got monster notes. This is the one that needs upgrading. For one thing, I have gold for all the last monster, but some of those are diamonds, some of those are unique, and I haven't corrected that yet. And for another, I haven't put in the new monsters. But for the most part, I list notable loot that you get from them, when you should pick it. And so a lot of times I'm saying only when you're weak, you should be picking the higher XP fight. And then I have combat notes. So some of these monsters have very specific things you got to pay attention to, like the fire guys. If you don't have sustain, you actually can't take him, even if you're more of a weapon, even if you have a pretty good board. The Hexa, if you have small items, she's going to kill you. That kind of stuff. That's all in here. And then lastly is just the level up rewards, because I forget this very often too. So yeah, that is that exclamation point guide if you want it. Thank you, everyone. It's been a blast. I will be here tomorrow. I am here. You'll see it on my goodbye screen. It has my current schedule on there, which is Sunday through Thursday, 10 p.m. to 3 a.m. Pacific Standard. So you can do whatever translation that is into your current time zone. And that's it. I still need a goodbye tagline. I will be able to see the chat for a little while. So if you have any fun taglines you want that you want me to try out in the future, would love to hear them. I don't know, something about being the GooseFathr, something about the mafia. I don't know, but still working on that. But for now, thanks so much for being here. Really appreciate you, and hope to see you tomorrow. Thanks a bunch.